All right, man, we only got 2 minutes. We only got 2 minutes. All right, end of the quarter. I think we're live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Monday. We are ending the quarter, last day of March. However, the uncertainty around the tariffs is in full effect. Oh, hi, that's me. So pretty much over the weekend, we talked about it on the watch list. People were saying that Trump was going to be more aggressive, and that really did feed into the AM here. So now we're dealing with that. You got data from all over. We're even going to get a lot more data this week. So we're going to find out how it plays, but you are starting off with more volatility, another new low. Remember, we started off lower the other day, so it's a very interesting one. But we got a minute 45. I got a couple of plays for you. Oh, it didn't send out? Fuck. Because my computer reset. Damn. So I'm going to be watching a couple of earnings and then a couple of banks, then HYG. I think that would be a good one to watch. There was a couple of biotech and healthcare names that moved. Otherwise, I think it's just going to be a balance of the names that are affected. We went over it on the news there. Again, everything from pharma to cars to consumer staples. You're going to probably watch an interesting effect there. So watch out for that. We got about 1 minute. I got to send out these plays, though. I'm kind of mad about that. I had a whole list written down. So there's still a couple of other ones. Which one was it? Mr. Cooper got bought out. Not Mondelez. I think that was it. All right. Oh, and Palantir and Tesla, they were down a lot too. But I'm going to be watching Coca-Cola, Bristol-Myers, HYG, Tesla, and then keeping an eye on Meta and any of the other big tech. So we'll see where that plays us. But we have 45 seconds. I don't think I'm going to be able to go to the bathroom. So you might as well post your plays, baby. So if you're here right now, you have 30 seconds to the bell. What are you working with? But let's have a good one, baby. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. All righty. So if you signed up for Stream Alerts, you should start to get them today, hopefully by the first one. Did you not get that one I just sent? I just sent one, but give it some time, and we'll see. But 20 seconds, Nike shares, SPY puts, hood, just listening at open, MSTR, Micron, SPY puts, saving 10%. Good morning. A little TLT car, baby, shorting everything. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my, he's shorting everything. He can't stop him. All right, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All righty. I have the weirdest play that I'm going for. You're going to be blown away. Oh, wait. Those Lulus started to move. I forgot about that. Damn. All right. We might get lucky on those. J&J and value plays are already taking off. So keep that in mind. Again, if we start to get the same type of sell-off, the Dow, NASDAQ's down 1.6. And the Dow Jones is down 0.7. So it's not all the way. I'll have to look at it a little bit, but essentially you do have people like moving around right now. I hope that makes sense. What's the date today? The 31st. We could give it a little bit of time. Oh, shit, that failed me. All right. It is what it is. Microsoft dying, pizza low. Oh, blue. I forgot about that one on Friday. Yo, those Pepsis came back, damn it. That's crazy. You guys remember on Friday we had that Coca-Cola back and forth? So, yeah, you got some of those moves. But staples are doing very well right now. So, again, J&J, that one's on the high. I'm going to go for another one probably. Let's see where Tesla's at. You got XLPs. Good luck with that. I like it. I don't think that is a bad idea. My SPY chart is not right. There you go. Let it adjust a little bit. Again, you're down by 1.95, though, so you've already moved about 0.6 to start off the morning here. So you're actually moving pretty quick. Again, those old Lulus are coming back. So I don't know what you guys want to do with those. Again, SPY a little lower. I haven't looked at the other SPY plays to the upside. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, most values have gapped up a lot already. Give Josh a thumbs up. Well, thank you, my friend. Tesla on the low. HD and MO on the high. Elf is down 50. Oh, I thought you said today. I was like, what? They were moving on Friday. I forgot we had one of those flips. All right. So watch out for value plays. That's pretty much what I started with today. So, again, we have old value from Friday. I'm riding those out. And then I started with another volatility play. So, other than that, we'll see. I haven't looked at the SPY yet. I'll give you guys an update on that in a second. And then hopefully we have a good time. Again, those Pepsis rocketed up. I don't know if we're going to hear any negative news. But, yeah, value, XLP, kind of the same list that you saw on Friday. Right now, NASDAQ's down by 2.2. Holy crap. So, literally, by the time I'm making a play and looking over, the NASDAQ's moving like 1/3 to 0.5%. VIX is still below 25. I got rid of all my VIXs on Friday. I mean, it doesn't help that volatility is higher. I think you'll get another opportunity at it. But for now, I mean, the VIX does have premium. So, keep that in mind. Again, all those plays I had were like 200, 300% now at this point. And then, again, those Lulus, I don't know if these are actually going to hit. Let's see. Oh, shit. Yeah, those Lulus sold. So one of the Lulus I sold for a gain. Damn. I just thought they were scamming on the ask, you know? So, damn. All right, well, I sold those. NASDAQ touches over 6-month low, now down 2.4%. Little Carter was born? Oh, man. No way, bro. Congratulations. I was born in volatility. He literally was. That's what's up, baby. Congrats. And better get him a good law term. All right, those other J&Js have rocketed up now, too. You also have the Pepsis. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, old TLTs. I forgot. There's some April TLTs coming back. Again, the old Lulu, the April 17th, the out of the money ones. Those are back in green too now. And then all your value plays are hitting. Oh, I guess. You might be able to hit those Lulus. You're now like $30 out of the money. But yeah, those weren't hitting on Friday. But yeah, you have 60% on the Lulus. Honestly, I'm going to take both of them. I like puts, but... Oh... Yeah, I'm going to sell them, but if they hit for you guys, good luck. Because if I sell, it'll keep going usually, but I just took 50% on those. So I'm content with that. All right. Oh, the J&Js calm down. Again, you can make the J&Js free if you have them. TLT is actually killing it right now. So TLT is holding the 1%. Watch if it gives back up. You watched this a couple times last week. When you have these big TLT moves, again, there's a lot of gap between the market to move around. But even then, it's a pretty big open. NASDAQ still down 2. SPY down 1.25. Dow down 0.6. You still got those values in play. And then Russell is down by 1.7. China's going to make a move eventually today, but for now it's hard to tell. Palantir down 6. Palantir might even move. Google calls 180. Good luck with those. MP Dub is down. Oh, those Nvidias. I forgot about those. Those got washed. Scammers. AIG. Do I think this is Trump's fault? Watch the videos. If you've been hearing, I think Friday we talked a lot about what to expect. Both sides, even with the politics. So I think everybody's to blame, and we don't know what's happening yet. So get ready for more. Either way, I'm glad I have a long term, and I will be prepared no matter whose fault it is. And that's how you should be thinking right now, is make sure you guys are set up financially. Make sure you guys see the volatility, find a way to take advantage of it. Hopefully you're not running into a building on fire. That's why we've been holding cash, and I'm glad. I think we've made some good decisions, and I encourage you all to keep doing that. But watch the watch list and the other videos to stay up to date with it, because we did have a big talk on it. I don't care if you're a Trump supporter. Like I'm saying, the general idea is that a lot of people don't understand what's going on, and they kind of give a little bit of attention to it. And when it's all said and done, it's very complex. But if you kind of fall behind, it might be easier to keep doing that. So there's a lot to go over, and that's why I'm saying try to stay on board sooner rather than later, because as we start to get into the next phase of this, it's only going to get more complex. That's what I was saying. Even last week, one of my reminders on Thursday or Wednesday was simply that if you thought the trading even was hard, it's about to get even harder right now in this environment that we're in. All right, value's still going up again. I got you two good value plays, those Pepsis and whatnot on the J&J. I made the other wicked play. I might go for another one. Watching MS. I like the banks. Watch the other play. If you watch the watch list and know what comes near to that, I would watch that. Clorox or Colgate. We hit these last time. These are, you could hit on them, but it's kind of a weird mover. So again, most of the value plays are doing good. Oh, I had one value play that went up, but that just came down. Again, Pepsi starting to rocket. That play is doing very good. MO's up 2. That's going to be another one. Baba's slipping. Again, we haven't really heard much about China yet, so we'll see. There's a little bit of data. No, I see 4. Let me check. I see my TLTs moving, though. I see old TLTs, a lot of them coming back to life. Again, TLT is going to be major this week. Just with the Liberation Day, the fear, the bonds. Watch Colgate. SPY going lower now. I have not looked at SPY. I've only been looking at individual names. I said, oh my gosh. Bro, what? Look at this. This line is back. Oh my gosh. Dude, do you guys remember this little guy? Damn, so the low is 55.01. That's insane. I haven't drawn this line in a long time. That's why I'm shocked. I feel like the prodigal son. I'm like, no way. He's coming back. Yeah, so this is terrible. You're back to the 5,500. Again, this level is about 54.50. But, yeah, you are definitely at the crazy volatile zone right now. So watch out. SPY near the low. I think it's we should probably look at premiums now. Oof. Honestly, the premiums are high, but I've seen higher. I'm not going to lie to you. That's not even that crazy. But I don't know where our next level is. That's kind of the problem. So again, 54, 55. Where is that? 540? Ugh. So those are still mad expensive, but 536, maybe. I could find you some shitty plays if you guys want. MO, all the value, bro. Those Pepsis are going insane. So I'm glad we have that because that one's starting to carry. Those Pepsis went down on Friday. Remember, we hit those, but now they are rocketing up. Rockaroony. NVIDIA. I know I lost on those NVIDIAs. I'm mad. All right, you're still going lower. Value taking off. Not all of them, but then the SPY coming down. I have a shitty SPY put I could find you. It's expensive, honestly. The shittiest play is like $80. $70 if you want a decent one. So yeah, it's not. I haven't even tried to go for the what's it called? I haven't even tried any of the volatility ones. I did a credit related one. So see VVPR, Dominion on the high. That little wick just killed those premiums. So watch out. You're moving up a little bit. Bonds on the low. Again, value is just loving life right now. Oh, PMI in 3 minutes. Yeah, that's going to be light. Just remember, people get confused. The ISM tomorrow is the big one, but yes, you do have the PMIs right now. They're about to come out. So it could cause somewhat of a reaction. Just don't get too jumpy. Oh, I forgot about Apple. There's Pepsi. Yeah, the J&Js are working too. All right, you're going a little lower. I found a shitty one. Blues on the high. Remember, that's a biotech we saw. Give it 1 minute. Again, this data, I think it's going to be weird. It's not like super important, but you will move around. Oh, it's a Chicago. No, Dallas Fed at 7:30. Chicago PMI. Yeah, no. Never mind. This isn't even the S&P PMI. I think that one's going to be tomorrow, and then you have the ISM. So, honestly, in a weird way, this data might not do much. You guys almost tricked me into the wire. I see you. All right, you're going a little lower. Like I said, you could start looking at the lower quality plays, or you really go for value now at this point. You could take later stage put plays, but again, they're all expensive. So they're just kind of a weird dynamic you got to juggle right now. Bond plays are coming back up, though. Unfortunately, TLT has premium now, so they're still down from not too long ago, but they are coming up. You said people were acting. Well, today's not survey data, so we don't really have soft data, but we'll see. You never know. Again, ironically enough, though, people are talking about the jobs this Friday. So if you watched the watch list yesterday, you should be prepared to be focusing on the jobs data because that is probably going to be the most important. But then again, I think everyone's playing this game where they want the negativity to show up, but if it doesn't, I think they're going to start ignoring it again. All right, SPY plays already fucking moved. That's crazy. So again, that little move, you have data coming out, and it should have came out already, but no real reaction. Forecast 43. Yeah, I don't see it out yet. That's funny. Oh, there it is. 47.6 versus 50. So it's actually good. All right, there's this SPY. Okay, other value plays starting to go a little more. Just what we need. MLGO. That one's going nuts. Yeah, MO, bro. Value's doing great. So see if this is a first bounce. Again, you had SPY plays move right there. Watch if this bottoms out or not. Value's still leading. O is on the high. See if any real estate goes up. MO's killing it, actually. Apple was doing good, but just remember, they've been in a weird spot. They're back to 217. I think that's going to lead a little bit. Yeah. So they gave up a little bit of that, of what they did last week. And see it, because if we could bounce up right here, you could change the structure a little bit, but Otherwise, if we kind of just do a little bit of a bounce and then dribble down, you guys remember that was kind of the theme on Friday. We want to stay away from this. So hopefully it gets back up to open. Otherwise, you might just start playing a game of bounce a ball. XPEV Celsius on the high. Foreign Minister G5 will not accept peace deal that limits Ukraine defense capacity. All right, bond staying pinned as well. Again, NASDAQ is down 2.5% right now. SPY's down by 1.5, and then Dow Jones down by 0.9. There's Amazon flushing right now. That's on the low ticker, and then Russell's down by 2.5. So still a pretty big day. That's what I'm saying. It's just like if we bounce, you could get out of here. Otherwise, if you kind of do this dribble down, it might play like that all day or till the middle of the day or until we get a headline or something. So we will see. Kroger, all of these values are doing amazing. So hopefully you see them. Even the ones that should have slipped, like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they came back up. All right, SPY's still moving again, back near the lows. Again, low ticker is very active. Look at the velocity. HYG, TLT. KDP now, another soda maker on the high. Yeah, tech is not having. I'll give you guys a checkup here in a little bit. It's still mad early, so just don't forget about that. We still got a lot of time. The low ticker is right here. This is showing you momentum, highs and lows. Again, SPY's still holding here, but it's not getting beyond that. Oh, I forgot about straddles. Wait a minute. NASDAQ 100 touches lowest since September 11th, down as much as 2.5%. Okay, SPY bouncing, TLT going lower. So see, like I said, just like what we saw on Friday, just the bonds are just really, really weird. So let's see if they could actually react, but they have a lot of room here. Again, NASDAQ still down 2.5, SPY near the low. All right, I got rid of my J&J. That's over 100%. You could hold them and make them free if you'd like. I just took all of them. All right, SPY bouncing up a little bit. See if this could actually take you home. Yeah, TLTs are just moving all around there. Again, other value plays started to pop up there. So see again, I just got rid of the J&J. SPY wicking around. What is that? OXM and then Walmart on the high. That's actually going straight up there. I haven't seen Walmart usually goes down with a lot of these moves. And then remember, we do have earnings right around the corner. Yeah, well, literally last week we failed all the moving averages. It was pretty bad. Oh, how many? All right, so SPY running up a little bit. Yeah, they scam me on that. Nike kind of ripping. Yeah, they were at the bottom. Riley, you close on your first home today. Glory to God. Amen indeed, bro. Congratulations. That's very exciting. Welcome. You're going to spend a lot of time at Home Depot next. That's always the fun part. Not really, but it's a good learning process. Good morning, baby. All right. Where's the other one? All right, BMY still going. J&J chilled out. Pepsi still near the high. SPY bounced off of that low. You did have a little bit of data, but I don't think that was important. And then McDonald's is up there. A couple of real estate names moving, still around 2% on the NASDAQ. You did recover again. Dow is doing a lot better when you look at the numbers. So that's the part that's not too bad. CI. NQ's really bad. VIX is on the low now. So watch what happens here to volatility. Honestly, if you get a big enough rip and that kills premiums, that'll be a gift. Because like I told you, all of those VIX plays are up a lot. Etsy on the high now. A couple of names are starting to run. So, again, you just hit a new low. SPY trying to work its way up. There's auto names. Check GM and Ford. See if these start to move. I haven't really looked at Tesla, but that could be indicative of some good news if you start to watch those move. But for now, I just see oil spiking. Again, oil or SPY, you went below 5,500, broke the level to 86, and then now we've bounced back up. Currencies are kind of moving around. So, yeah, let's see. RCL, again, a couple values came down, but they're still holding. So, for now, first 30 minutes, I think a couple of names they're trying to switch places. Dollar Tree's going up. Rigetti, LXRX. Not bad. Wang. All right, Pepsi's coming down. Watch out for that one. And then Coca-Cola's still up. Yeah, no, they're both doing. I think values are just in their own world right now. They're not really moving in tandem. IBM on the high. And then healthcare starting to rip up again. IBM just took off. SPY from 5,500 to bouncing now. Yeah, Court, it was like a, what was it? They called it platinum ovarian cancer, I believe. I read that this morning. They had some approval, but it was seen as really good. Yeah, Nike's doing great. Unfortunately, though, remember Nike did this the other day. You guys were talking about buying it, and then it rocketed up, and then now it's back here. But damn, is that 5% lower? If you really think about it. Okay, SPY's really running now. BTU, couple of cold plays. Like I was telling you, oil just started to move. Let's see if we get anything, but I'm watching a couple commodities, materials. SPY just bounced off of that. You might be good to go. Let's see. This could be good for you, Habibi. Like I told you, because at least if you bounce up from here, it's going to get rid of that just straight down vibe. But then again, if we kind of fail from here, we'll still have a little bit more. Baidu's starting to move. Look at the high taker. High taker is fully gassed right now. A couple of China plays are starting to wake up, so that might be another area where you'll get some. I don't know when it is, but it's this week. Tesla delivery numbers. I just don't know the exact date. All righty, SPY to the top. You're still down 2% on the NASDAQ. So clearly tech is the drag on the day. Bonds are coming back up. You have staples that are doing great. And then you're going to see what happens. Did I make any plays? I did. We made a lot. We did very good so far. I did one crazy volatility play. Then I started with value. Took profits on the Lulu from last week. I made a SPY play. That play is down now. Then I did another value. I sold for 100%. Added another value stock. And then I sold. No, that's it. Yeah. Did a lot, actually. Just did a lot. But we got some good gains from what we were writing, and then even any of the value plays this morning, those were hitters. That's all you got to do with volatility. Go for value. I'm mad the Pepsi, though. I'm still holding that. Those are up just around 100%, but that's coming down now. Yeah, bonds are there. Again, watch what happens here with tech. Again, NVIDIA even at 104. That's a big draw. Oil's starting to go up. Like I'm telling you, materials, commodities, I'm noticing those prices jump. Is it still at the level I'm waiting? I don't know. What do you remember the level? Because that's really the info you should have remembered, the level itself. Because then you could know if it breaks or not. SMCI? That's odd. Yeah, that's up 1.5. I see Wolf on the high. Again, where's the other one? NVIDIA, they're down 4. I think that's very surprising. And then AMD, all the chips are starting to wake up right now. Down Friday, down Monday, inbound, unless the market has anything to say about that. But yeah, either way, like coming into the weekend, there was definitely some more volatility, and then just that confirmation. People didn't feel good. Again, it went from everybody thought April 2nd was going to be calmer. SMCI's on the high now, again, Baidu as well. And everybody thought it was going to be calm, and that, and the auto tariffs were aggressive, but now you have everybody coming back from the weekend, and then they're like, well, wait a minute, maybe it's going to be more aggressive, and then now you have a new low of the week, the month, the quarter, the year, the general shape of the SPY right now. I don't think it looks supportive. So we'll see where we are, but I think again, everybody is debating now. I don't know what I believe. Because I was telling you prior that I think this is going to be a clearing event, but a lot of people are trying to introduce this logic that it won't be. So pretty much, I think if we move majorly ahead of Wednesday, it'll definitely be a clearing event. But if we kind of stay pinned, then I think it's going to be a little bit more challenging. So we're going to find out. But I'm telling you guys right now, I think it's kind of obvious what's going on. And what I'm going to tell you is just the market got ahead of itself with fear. And I'm just telling you this right now. Friday is more important than anything. I agree with that. Michael Hartnett, Bank of America, a couple people on Wall Street, they were putting out this idea the other day. They're saying that non-farms is going to be the most important this week. And that depending on the non-farms, that's going to tell us where we're going in April. Pretty much if you're going to get like a 2022 or not. So that's ironic because we've ignored the non-farms. We've ignored all hard sets of data for the last 3 months. Again, the last 3 biggest reactions on the SPY have been because of soft data, just like you saw on Friday. What is that? Devon Energy and CTO? A lot of oil plays are moving. Again, oil's at the high, but SPY's doing good too. Again, bonds lower, SPY up. But yeah, this is what I keep telling you guys this. I have no other way for you guys to realize it, even with the data. But the soft data is plummeting, right? But plummeting to the degree it's, you had worst soft data by 50% in August. So if you think the soft data and sentiment is bad right now, it's actually worse in August. But then look at the hard data, it's climbing up. Hope is in the gutter. So it's all of this stuff where, again, ironically, I'm telling you non-farms is important, but we've ignored all the important data. But let me just put it to you very, very simply. Do you guys remember a month ago on the non-farms, everybody ahead of the event, they kept saying something, and they were worried about something. Do you know what it was? Okay, high ticker's running, bro. You got value and a little bit of a tech recovery. Chips have recovered a lot more here. Oh, I like it. But do you guys remember? It wasn't inflation. There was something going on with the non-farms, and yeah, there you go. That's what they're doing again. It's the Doge cuts. Do you guys remember the Doge cuts, and then right ahead of the non-farms, they're like, oh my gosh, it's going to be so bad. Elon's firing everybody. And that's what they use to kind of, further this narrative that you should be worried. And then the data came out, and then none of that showed up. So sadly, That's still going to happen again this Friday. That's what I'm saying is, like, I think the market got ahead of itself, started to have this fear idea. Then the data showed up. They're like, well, no, it'll show up on the next one. And now we're at the next one. So mix that into the fear, the liberation day, all of it. Yeah, that's exactly. So that's going to be the dynamic of Friday, is everyone's going to kind of be looking for that. All right, man, you're running up. That's a big bounce, bro. You just moved 45 points in about 10 minutes. No exaggeration. So, again, a lot of plays are starting to move right now, but just really recovery after that gap down and hitting of a new low. And then bonds have given up about 0.5%. That's very, very big on TLT. Those TLT premiums I was telling you that were up, they have now came down. So, yeah, you're starting to move. Can I buy you NVO calls and bail you out? Thanks, Dad. I can't do any of that. I can ban you, though, to kind of set the point of, in times like this, I want serious questions, serious discussions, and I hope you do good. But that's all I can offer right now, and I have fulfilled my obligation. So thank you, and good morning. All right, so see what happens here. I mean, that's your first little spy move. I wish you the best of luck. We're either going to do nothing or not. Clearing event, we discussed it on the watch list last week. So this concept has been going around for a week now. So you're a little bit behind, brother. All right. I still got that other one. I would love a VIX, but they're expensive. All right. Abercrombie's down 50% from the beginning of the year. Really? I remember that. I don't know. You guys don't remember, like, last year? There would just be, like, random-ass names, and you're like, why is that up so much? Because I remember when Abercrombie was running for no damn reason, but sure enough, the music stopped. That's kind of crazy. All right. Again, value's doing great. Watch out, though. So we had this little break the level, a lot of volume there at the low. You have a pretty large bounce, and now we are slightly above the open, but still down 2% on the NASDAQ, 1.9. SPY is below 1% now. And then Palantir's starting to come back up. Do we see today's bottom? I don't know. I mean, again, this week is very big, and everyone's kind of looking for that. Everybody wants to see if we find the bottom, if we get over the uncertainty. Again, like, even then, if we blow out, like, you see this fear that we're waking up to, if this lasts ahead of Wednesday, this is kind of a good thing. I know that may sound weird, but, like, we're hitting a new low. If you flush this week ahead of the tariffs, even better, because that's more likely that it'll lead to a clearing event. But at the end of the day, if we kind of stay pinned over the next few days, all eyes are going to kind of be on that by Wednesday. Yeah, Walmart finally. Again, Walmart hasn't been doing good, and then it finally woke up here. So I like that. That one caught my attention too. All I did was value. I did one SPY play. I'm mad, though. Some of the values came down. Other ones did good. And then watch those bonds. Nothing on Oracle. There was Blackstone bidding for TikTok, so maybe they have competition with those assets. That's about it. Other than that, I didn't see anything on Oracle. Last week on Friday, they lost the Department of Defense deal, I believe. And then Walmart, change of management. Trump, there's an executive order at 1 p.m. Eastern, I believe. And then over the next couple of days, technically the big announcement is scheduled on Wednesday. That is your Liberation Day. And then Thursday, the next day, you have the other one. Oracle, a healthcare hack? Oh, really? I didn't hear about that. Good info. Good info, my friends. XAI acquiring X. Do you guys know the tinfoil? I could give it to you if you would like. You haven't heard the tin on Elon buying Twitter through his other company? It's great tin. It's great tin. It's great tin. Well, not only is it like it creates another one of these weird ass tax havens, but it now helps remove the margin issue. No, not really the taxes, but now any of the portion of the debt that was tied to a loan, now that it's been acquired by the other company, that is going to remove the risk of Elon, kind of getting margin called for an unnecessary reason. All right, man. New high on there. It's honestly, I'm bad values chilling out. I should have taken that other one. I wanted it. But give it a second here because now the next move, we're either going to continue up. Otherwise, if we do pull back down, you are going to get an opportunity again with value. They're still up, but they're starting to chill out. So now this is chilling out the SPY puts, chilling out the inverses. Still down about 1.7, but kind of brings you a little bit more calmness. Again, in the morning, you just gapped down and it started there. But generally, it was more orderly. So we'll see. Okay, not mad. Not out of the woods. Not out of the... Again, chips bounce the most, so you might have something there. I keep seeing crypto. I'm surprised more of you aren't saying it. But yeah, crypto, MSTR, and coin are green. I think that's kind of odd. Sock sell. Hims on the high. Look at the high ticker. We went from high ticker was not working in the morning straight down to now low ticker barely active, and then all you have is the high ticker. So very interesting dynamic. I'll take it. You bought sock sale 200 shares. Good luck. Way to post the play. Amen. We do. Today is part of the rebalancing for sure. That's why we thought we'd get a little bit more of that on Friday. You didn't. But today you should have a little bit of volume coming in. So watch out for those value plays. That's why I think in a weird way, value staples, I think they're going to benefit no matter what, just off of the pensions and now people buy them when they go down. And then watch the SPY. There's a couple of plays still there. I would be on the lookout for it. All right, let me send one. Good morning. All right, man, you're running up. I'm posting, I'm stream alerting a sweet spot. I have a put I want to watch, but then, like I'm saying, it's put, if we go down, I'd start eyeing the ones you like right now. Otherwise, if this does turn into a bounce, you got to kind of think about how you're going to play that. So I'll look at some of the SPY ones. I'm going to use value for a bounce, and then I'm eyeing some of the plays I like at a good price to the downside. SPY 550 today. Good luck. Good luck. Try to get more time. I'm looking at tomorrow's above all else. Just, I don't know, with how things have gone lately, you know, you always are going to wake up to another event. So we'll see. Crude oil and production fell in January to the lowest since February 2024. The option lately, I've been doing a lot of short-term options, sadly, just with the volatility. But then that's also why I sell out really early, because they don't have a lot of time. I'm just playing the move. When did the stream alerts become $99 a month? I think for the last 3 years. So it's good to see you locked in. It's good to see. Good to see. On that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I hope you guys are living great here on Monday. But I need to take a potty break. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Coat News on Twitter. Oh, TJ baby. He just gave me half a stream alert. Amen. Thank you, my friend. You didn't have to. You did not have to. I don't have any commercials right now, actually. Oh, wait. No, I do.
Workers are staying longer than you expected.
This is an ad.
Firms actually.
Let's go, TJ. Woo! Amen. Amen. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, bro. That's it. Just showing love. He said good morning, and then boom. Woo! Happy Monday. SPY been killing good, man. I'm glad to see. I hope you got the long term too. I hope, again, you guys were talking about it on Friday. I'm glad. I think some of you are grateful that we've been holding cash. Because I'm telling you, man, this last couple months, just it would be a different world imagine if we were like really buying everything every month. But you guys are walking into now extreme volatility. Everyone's uncertain. SPY right off a correction. And you've been stacking cash in the cash stack mindset. So, yeah, I hope it's good. But now don't be a little baby back B-word and miss the opportunity. You got to use it. But, yeah, man, long-term, short-term, you gotta manage both, baby. Amen. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cool News on Twitter.
And Lewis Morton, who specializes in the highly levered bond basis trade, is leaving Eisler Capital. It's the latest in a string of departures from the hedge fund. Morton was among the firm's top moneymakers, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in profit in 2022 and 2023. He is the second star to leave the firm so far this year. Adrian Delatre, another highly profitable trader, left earlier this month. And boy, do I wish Matt Miller were here. I love to talk about that basis trade. But for now, we are going to talk about the Wall Street beat. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink is planning on opening up private markets to millions of everyday investors. It is the next step to transform BlackRock into the first firm to manage money at scale across traditional and alternative assets. Joining us now, private equity reporter Allison McNeely and Bloomberg Intelligence financials analyst Neil Sipes, who covers BlackRock closely. Allison, I want to start with you because this annual letter from Larry Fink was quite poetic. He talks about a prosperity flywheel, and he opens the door to unlocking private markets. Now, one holy grail of that would be to bring in private assets into the 401k plan. You wrote about this recently. Is this a likelihood in the next 4 years?
It's certainly a realistic possibility. Larry Fink sounds like many of his large asset management peers, whether they're on the alternative side or traditional side, and sort of talking about the necessity to bring private assets to individual savers like 401k, retirees. Really, there's an industry-wide push on both the traditional and alternative side to get access to those funds.
So, as Shanali spelled out, there's a lot of poetry in this letter.
So 30 cash, 50 long, 10 options, 10 pay me. I like it. I think you got the 10 pay me and 30 cash. That's kind of the same, but I like it. I think maybe go 60 long term, and then that's perfect, to be honest with you. I love it. Good work, baby. Good work. Q1 is on track to be the 4th worst in NASDAQ 100 history. Yeah, this is, again, besides 2001, this was the chart I couldn't shut up about on Friday, because this is where we're at. We're a little lower now, but pretty much this is the 2nd worst performance for the stock market since any inauguration. The only other one was 2001, which was literally the tech bubble. So, and like I told you guys, just remember, by day 365, we are going to be a lot different than anything you're seeing right now. That means if you're starting off the worst quarter in a while, that either means by 365 days, it's going to be a lot lower, or it'll be the opposite. And this will be our little, speed bump, and then we'll look back at it. But either way, volatility is in the air, my friends. I know you feel it. I know you feel it. So good morning. Withdrawals living for life. That's good. I like it, though. I think you're on there. That's why what I was kind of pointing to, just don't have too many ways of don't represent cash 3 different ways, essentially. Don't get too comfortable. You don't need too much cash when you're already doing that good. That's why I said just 10% more to equities. I think that balance is perfect. But I think you got your head on straight with it. Totally just a speed bump. It might be, it might not be. I wish I could tell you with confidence, but I don't know what it's going to be. I do think, history shows, and the way everything has been playing out. What is this? Brookfield set to buy Colonial Pipeline for more than $9 billion, including debt. Or is that one of those oil plays we saw? Colonial. I don't know if they're public. But yeah, like I was saying, nobody really knows in history and how we've performed, the bonds, everything. This year is going to be big, but we don't know which direction, and not to mention the policy and everything else. So very fascinating. But above all else, I do know by day 365, this market is going to look a lot different than everything you've already went through this quarter. Speed bumper sinkhole. We'll see what happens, right? All right, you're coming back down. Again, watch that one put. I said on the stream alert. Other than that, we wait and see. I like the straddles, though. Again, on Friday, I called out a straddle on Tesla. I didn't take it, but I said watch it. That didn't hit. Tesla's even down 5 right now. So just watch out with the straddles, is that your only risk is nothing happens. Might buy some insurance. Don't buy insurance. I know that sounds weird, but if you're really going to have a 10-year time frame, just buy stock. That's it. Wait it out, baby. Wait it out. 30 more days until the first 100 days? No way. Oh, man. If TLT was up 50%, you'd be a lot bearish. You'd be less bearish. Well, that's the thing. Eventually, if it gets bad enough, TLT and the bonds will react. Time is your insurance. Tell them, baby. Apple's still holding? No shit. Apple is in the green. It sucks because Apple's big and holding up, and then you have NVIDIA and Tesla down 4 or 5. That's kind of the thing that's, you have a very interesting push and pull. What time is it? Yeah, no, let me get you a checkup. So, again, you're right at VWAP. We've been here for just under 1 hour. Let's see. Index movers. S&P 500, 226 in the green, 277 in the red. So you're looking like 50-50. NASDAQ 100, 28 in the green, and then 73 in the red. And then Dow Jones, 17 in the green, 13 in the red. Still no text. So best you could do is email and then just wait. But I can't do anything about it. That's I'm sure you've heard the back and forths before. But like it says when you sign up, give it 24 to 48 hours. Send an email through where you signed up, and then that should take care of all of it. And then patience. So Apple up, NVIDIA down. That's the weird one. Because, again, I think that's kind of pushing and pulling on the indexes in a very odd way. NVIDIA back to lows. Oil still running up. SPY back to VWAP. $5,517. Remember, this was the level we were talking about this, man. We were even talking 5,617, bro. Kind of crazy. And then Apple is running. So, again, more names are down than not. About 3/4 of the market is in the red right now. But then, again, Apple up. Wow. Meanwhile, NVIDIA is going through the lows. Again, other value plays are doing amazing. And then where is this? You're like right back to open. So the first rally was good, but like I was telling you guys, just you want to break out of here. You don't want to do this little dribble, and then, yeah, that's just what we've dealt with the last couple days. But values climbing back on the high. Meanwhile, stocks slowly dribbling back down. I don't know if Apple could be considered a value play, but it maybe like a cyclical, and people view it as something there where it's, I wouldn't call it value, but depending on what's going on, you know, people flock to it as a safe haven or not. Dallas Fed. We shouldn't react too much, but you never know. Again, that'll kind of be a soft set. Would I consider putting the amount of options I buy back on the stream alerts? No. If anything, I'm considering either raising the prices or getting rid of stream alerts. So, no, we're going the other direction. Not that way. That time frame is over. I hope you made the most of it. I hope you get a long term. But, yeah, no. Appetite tightening. Indeed. Okay, value. Watch TLT too. I mean, their plays are up from the morning. Like there's a gap up on TLT Premium. But then you also have they're down like 20% from the morning. Why get rid of it? Because it sucks. I don't know. I have a dilemma, man. You know, like we have a lot of good short-term plays, and I like playing them, and we hit on them. But like even we had a talk on it on Friday. You guys got to be careful. I don't want to expose people to gambling. It's kind of bad. That's kind of my dilemma with all of it. That's why I'm saying long-term we're gonna win. We even win on the trades, but at the end of the day, I mean, some people are taking the bait and falling for the trap of short term. And although I do think there's a good opportunity, I like it. I like the short term, but like I'm saying, just it's so tempting when I know a lot of you are seeing these trades and you're like, fuck it. Let me put $200 down on it. Instead of putting $200 to the monthly for the long term, people are taking the bait on the short run. And that's kind of the dilemma. Which, although the opportunities are great, but if you're not able to handle it and have balance control, I don't want you to trade in your long-term future for the short term. So that's something that I from the beginning of this year I have been trying to hammer down. You know, you're creating more losers than winners. I get it. No, that's not what it is. It's just like dealing with people. That's what I'm saying. Even comments like that type of shit, just so much. Literally, it's so much easier to just make money by myself and not worry about anybody else. I hate to break it to you. And that's what it is. I don't want to deal with people's comments. I don't have to deal with customer support. I don't have to deal with somebody telling me I only make money because I pump it, even though I'll make 1,000% before I tell anybody. So, yeah, all of these factors, there's no real point of it. And then again, I don't know, maybe familiarity breeds contempt. But just don't gamble. And we have way more winners. I have guaranteed winners on the long term, and I want to see more of that. Amen. Stop gambling. Can't pump SPY calls. You can indeed. You should see that other one that we said to watch too. Or the value plays, or all of them. There's a lot of good ones, man. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't know. I learned a lot. All right. I got rid of my Pepsis. That was 100%. So I got out of those value sets, and then you're coming back down. Oh, no way. Oh, hold on. Let me type this out. Oh, let's go, baby. Hold on, Bradley Frizzle. I'm typing. I can't. Harder. Let's go. Woo! Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. That's what I'm talking. Oh, man. I got to take a value play and then the Peach, bro. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you and God bless America. Are you kidding me? Oh, Peach Nation. Every day. He doesn't miss. He's every day, bro. You could try. You could try to escape the Peach, but you know, where's Boeing? Fuck that. Ever since this month of Bradley Frizzle, bro, Boeing's paid us because of Bradley. I don't blame the company. I blame Bradley. I'm looking at Boeing, Bradley. Fuck them. They don't feel me, bro. They don't. You know what I'm saying? That trade has half a decade of history. The Boeing Peach, they don't know about it. The Peach is more reliable than the MCAS system. I hate to break it to some of y'all. I feel more safe and reliable in the Bradley Frizzle Peach than boarding a Boeing. Coincidence? I think not. All right, the Boeing, though, it's at a weird spot. I actually, remember we hit those other plays here. Kind of came, actually, you know what? Let's look, Bradley Frizzle. Oh, damn, those Pepsis are going. So I sold that Pepsi, but if that keeps breaking, it's gonna hit even more. It's already up a lot. I had a decent amount. So I made good money off that one. Yeah, but watch Pepsi. That was the other value. SPY, a big pop. Oh, they already slashed those other ones? Oh, you could have got the other ones. All right, we'll wait. No, I'm going to take a loss on those. I had the little SPY put earlier. I'm going to take those out for a loss. Those suck. Again, watch the one I called out. Okay, watch now if value and SPY goes up. That's the difference from the morning. Last time SPY went up, value calmed down. Now we went down, value went up. And then this time around on these green candles, if value goes up with it, then I think you're going to have a little bit more upside. So watch out for that. From a long time. I just can't believe that we have another deposit coming in. You know what I'm saying? I'm very, very, shocked. I can't believe it. Bro, we're going to have, a lot of money saved up. But then I don't know what we're going to buy. That's it. I had a big idea the other day. I don't know if I should tell you guys. Actually, I might as well tell you. I'll tell you now. I would hate for you not to have an idea, Apple. But then again, the problem is that just like the stream alerts, you guys have freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could give you ideas, but it's up to you on what to do with them. So obviously, I'm going to give you an idea right now, but I'm waiting on it. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you don't let it get the best of you and make a bad decision, but hear me out. Are you ready? So there's one long-term play that in the last couple days, I'm really liking it. I'm really liking it a lot. We already own it. You already know about it, but yeah, there's one, and there's two reasons. So the play that I'm talking about, yeah, you already know it. NVO. So it's already hitting another low. No, bro, NVO. I've said Target and UPS. I'm calling out all the plays that I have on my list. But what is the key? What have you guys noticed? Seriously. I'm calling out all of these plays that I like. But what do you notice? What have I done? Nothing. So, again, the real key is letting your account tell you. Your account should tell you what to do. You should either have a lot of cash or a little. So I have a lot of names that I'm interested in, but legitimately this whole quarter, you haven't really watched me buy anything. Bro, yeah, you just ripped. Dallas Manufacturing came in minus 16 versus minus 5. But yeah, you're running after that. Dude, that little VWAP, like I told you, now you got value and growth both coming up. So NASDAQ under 2% now. Dow Jones is about to go green, big homie. So right there. Oh, wait, those are April 4th? Fuck. Well, that's the thing. So long story short with NVO, do you guys realize what I like about it that no one's talking about? It's both. It's a double-edged sword. Dude, NVO is foreign. This thing is literally the epitome of Europe now. And I was just like, wait a minute. If everybody is starting to rotate into Euro securities, notice how they're down. So in a weird way, if we get like a weird back and forth, I think NVO is either going to benefit or get clapped because of their foreign standing, which makes it more interesting. And then I told you guys I had to go to a children's birthday party, right? And I had to go to a children's birthday party over the weekend, and I realized something. I was like, holy crap. Ozempic, what it is to these kids. GFS. Hold on. Global Foundries and then UMC. Whoa, check. Oh, fuck. I don't even know which one. UMC and GFS. I think UMC is bigger. What is that? Yeah, UMC, 6% pop. Small cap company, and then Global Foundries pop too. Check GFS. Something right there. GFS smaller. The contracts are already jacked. 100% on GFS. But yeah, see if that one keeps going. Watch Intel too. But yeah, Global Foundries, and then UPS on the high. Global Foundries weighs a merger with UMC. Nice. All right. I snagged the UMC one for cheap. I think they already went up. I couldn't get one on GFS. No, honestly, the UMCs haven't even gone up. All right, now they are. But yeah, watch out. GFS, UMC. So I'm glad. They both moved in tandem. One went 6%. Yeah, go to the May 17th. I did the April, but low-key, the Mays are the ones that are hitting. Let's see. Keep it small. That one, keep it really, really small. Trump will be talking about pharma tariff soon, yes. So, yeah, watch UMC. NVO birthday party. Well, there was just a lot of, like, I don't know. I was just looking at the kids and then the parents and then me and my girlfriend. We were, like, talking with all these parents about just all sorts of things, and people talked about Ozempic. And then it just reminded me, because I'm like, for those kids, I feel like Ozempic is going to be their Botox. Not that I said this to my girlfriend, and she was like, kids don't use Ozempic and Botox. And I was like, I know. I meant, like, when I was young growing up, I remember Botox. You know what I'm saying? I remember when Botox was first coming around, and everybody was like, oh, and then all the little rich little moms, they all had Botox. And that's where I was like, oh, yo, somebody just bought 2,000 of those options. Is that Don Lemon? Which one of you motherfuckers is listening? So I don't think that was the best play. It's up 100%, but literally 3,000 options just hit. I bought that chain with 0 options on it. I bought a couple of them. So, yeah, that's wild. But anyways, yeah, like I'm saying, yeah, Ozempic is going to be the new, it's going to be for that generation, their Botox. And think about it. We bought Botox. That's why we got Abivi. So, yeah, man, it blew my mind. And then the foreign stuff, I was like, fire, bro. How many? All right, let me make these free. Those plays won't go up, but they're going to rip after they go past this. It's actually kind of funny. Dude, now there's 5,000 options. Holy shit. Who just broke the... All right, I made my plays free. They're up 100%. That's insane. 5,200 options on that play I just made. It was at 0, bro. So it's already up 200% now. Now it's going higher, like I told you. Once it rips past and takes out that ask, those contracts are going to go nuts. But fuck. That was crazy. That is, like, funny. So, yeah, we got the merger news. We got it early. I caught it off the high-low. You guys came in with the confirmation, but if you should have been able to stake it. That play went from nobody knew about it to now. That's a very active play. I'm shocked. 5,500. Again, the open interest is 1,400. There was 0 options when I bought that. U.S. tariffs negative uneven credit impact on global automakers. I see that. That's coming in now. IT on the high. What was that, Samsara? No, Gartner? I have no idea what that is. $2 pop. Bro, my mom and my girlfriend's mom both think I'm on Ozempic. That's it. They can't believe that eating out of a box for 6 to 8 months actually works. They're shocked. They think I'm making too many gains. I'm like, fuck yeah. Woo! All right. Well, you just got a potential merger there. That's a banger, bro. So you had like a minute or two. The contracts didn't move, and then Wall Street just went apeshit on that one. I'm shocked. Again, watch GFS too. Again, Global Foundries. That's the one linked to it. Those options are hard, but the UMC one, that's the one that moves. SPY trying to come back up here. Again, Costco, IBM, and a few others. They've been on the high right now. Pepsi still up. Ford climbing up. Who's the other one? There's Ford, Pepsi. Oh, Bristol. Yeah, Bristol keeps hitting. J&J too. What strike it? Damn. Close out UMC. Good work, baby. That was a banger. Well, I like it. I'm looking. All the value plays hit, man. I'm liking those. That paid me today. And I lost on my NVIDIA. And then took a SPY loss on that little put. But other than that, generally a good day. UMC, good work, baby. That was a banger. That hit. If you got it early enough in that little window, I'm shocked. I didn't think it was going to do that. That's why I kept it small. I only bought a couple of them. I just saw that they were cheap, but dude, I didn't think it would run like that. But we were just really early. I saw that on the high-low ticker. I saw that before the headline. So I don't know if you saw that. I clicked on UMC by accident, trying to click on Global Foundries, and then just looking at the percentage, we kind of made a guess. So, and then watch out, SPY coming back down. I have a play I want, but they crushed the premiums on that move. You got to be careful, bro. Yeah, I have a play, but it's just not cheap enough. That one stream alert play, you want that at like 30 to 40 cents. 60's expensive, but it might hit. Landau, welcome, baby. You missed it trying to get it free? What do you mean? So if you try, what do you mean? Because like when you make it free, that's after you bought it. But I don't know. Your girl, sister, and mom think you're on steroids? That's good, though. I think that's a compliment. You know? J&J. Okay, SPY coming down. There is a SPY put to watch, but I have no more exposure to that. I think NVIDIA will be worth it when it has its bounce. So there's one of these days in the next couple of weeks, NVIDIA is going to have a wicked bounce, just like it did the other day, and that's going to be when you want it, but then that's it. Just don't get caught on the wrong side of musical chairs. Plot twist, I am on steroids. UMC is going. So, yeah, those plays are up 130 to 150. It just depends on where it gets filled, but I already made them free. I'm going to ride those out. Let's get lucky, baby. That's a good morning, man. On and on, baby. Well, I'm glad to have you here. What do you think about Exxon? Like, are you talking Exxon Mobil or EXON? Because I know Exxon Mobil. I don't know EXON, though. That was a bit, bro. We just beat everybody in the world. 200% now. We just got lucky, bro. I don't know. I clicked the wrong button, and my knowledge prepared me. Because like I'm saying, I saw the 5%. Y'all came in and confirmed it. We snaked it. 400% now. Boom. 20 cents on the bid. 5 cents was on the ask when you bought it. Woo! Yeah, that's what, because again, it's about to go in the money. What was it? EXON. So you're saying Exxon, like XOM? I'm so confused, big dog. Yeah, you're talking XOM. So I think oil companies are going to do better, but I think price of oil is going to be very volatile. But I haven't played. Honestly, oil companies aren't good to play for earnings. You're just going to get a random, usually you get like a weird random, like, just like 2%, and then it just cucks. I can't remember the last time oil earnings play moved a lot. I think Oxy 2 years ago during the Russia stuff. Your girlfriend thought you were on steroids, so you punched a hole through the wall and told her you weren't. Yeah, that's a good strategy. 400%. That was a banger. All right, can I go to the bathroom now? I'll bask in the gains. So good work, guys. Good morning. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Code News on Twitter.
Told it values OpenAI at $300 billion post money. No comment from the companies on this one, guys.
Yeah, it was $260 billion pre-money. I remember when I reported on it. And again, the $10 billion was syndicated, $30 billion. But that's an interesting provision. I think, SoftBank needs to be protected in some way if this thing doesn't actually become a for-profit the way they expect it to. I wonder about that timeline, Kate.
Yeah, it's kind
it could be tight.
End of the year. And so you've got the legal battles. Microsoft has to sign off on this. You've also got the California Attorney General. So, a year sounds like a long time, but with all of the battles they're fighting in court, and then you've got the Elon Musk factor, you think that Musk is watching this caveat and saying, all right, if there's this ratchet in place, we're going to push even harder. So I would say Elon Musk is sort of the chief antagonist here and adds to the timeline, but it's not a sure thing that this gets done by the end of the year. SoftBank acknowledging that here. $20 billion is still a massive amount of money if they are able to raise it, but it's half of the $40 billion, and at a time when they've got to spend big to compete, and there's so much money going into the infrastructure side of this, they really need that $40 billion, as large as that number is.
Yeah, as we said at the time, I mean, you need to put these things in perspective. I mean, CoreWeave raised $1.5 billion the other day. It was a big IPO. These numbers are staggering, and to your point, they need every dollar of it in terms of just simply the compute, for example, they're going to spend with the likes of a CoreWeave, not to mention so many others, Kate.
And Stargate, a part of the spending. So they're going to have to put some of it into that Stargate project.
Of course, yeah, Abilene, Texas. It's going to be very large. Very, very large. Kate, thanks.
Yeah, question is how many bodies, right? Big journal piece about how a lot of the data center work doesn't involve high employment.
No, it's not high employment. A lot of real estate involved, a lot of square footage, and obviously power, as we pointed out so many times, is really the key.
Right. Kate, thanks. As we go to break, check out gold. We haven't talked about it enough today, hitting a new fresh intraday high in the session, 31.54. That's going to be the best quarter as we close it out tonight since the mid-1980s. Dow goes green, although still near 1% losses on the S&P. Stay with us.
Beep, 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 beep. I know, isn't that crazy? Best quarter for gold. I showed you the chart on Friday. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, UMC is still up 300% on the bid. Oh, never mind. It just dropped on the bid. Now you only have 200% on the bid. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where is it? Yeah, so here's the thing. I showed this on Friday because this was, again, gold's best quarter since the 80s. And then usually every time it has a good quarter, unless inflation goes higher, it usually comes down. So we'll find out, but it's kind of crazy. In 08, 09, when gold is running up and then it cratered. So here's the thing. I can't lie to you. I was very young at that time. So, again, my first ever trade was in 2007. That's when I executed my first stock trade. But I do know how it played, and that has been something I've been talking about because I've got to see it in other moments where gold will run up, and then when the event happens, gold comes down. So I do think that when we do have, or if we do have any sort of downside, I do think gold is coming down with it. And then gold is going to rally after the response. You know, and I think it makes sense this time around. I think you could kind of see it. Imagine what would go on. You pretty much have a big problem, economy slows down, right? Because of Trump or whatever else happens, and they want to blame it on. And then what ends up going on, they're going to say, well, Powell needs to cut rates. And then gold would go down when the market goes down. And then by the time Powell starts cutting rates, that's going to start sending gold back up. All righty. BTC and then SMCI on the high. If we get a good CPI and PCE, do you think gold will go down? Not unless uncertainty goes down. So that's kind of been the follower. Like, again, the data is weird. Hard data, soft data, what's following what, But I really think that you would need PCE, CPI, PPI. You would need all of those to come down, but then have the effect of bringing down sentiment. So you want these sentiments to be a blip. Because we've had it happen before, although I do think it's kind of ridiculous that of how people are reacting right now and the fear that's being propagated. We've watched this before during the 20s, 2020, 21, 22, 23. Anytime the market got a little weird, you would get these spikes of uncertainty. So as long as the lower data, hard data, translates into the sentiment calming down, then I think gold will go down. But if you have lower hard data, but then the sentiment is still very uncertain, and then there's problems with other countries, debt ceiling, again, whatever happens overseas, that's going to, I still think, lead to gold being up. That's what we noticed here in the last couple of weeks, is that gold wasn't really reacting how you thought it would, but the one chart that it followed along with was literally uncertainty. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, right here. So this is the chart that I showed last time we had this discussion, because this was the global uncertainty index right here in blue, and then this is gold. Gold led the way, and then uncertainty, but there's definitely been a tighter correlation with just geopolitics and global political and economic uncertainty that I think is driving gold more so. Not to mention the rate cuts, hikes, and all of that. And, and I don't know, I could give you a big one. I threw it up yesterday. I put one up on the watch list yesterday. Do you want me to tell it to you? I could give you guys a really big secret that I think most people don't understand. And I think people talk about it, and some people know a little bit about it. It's one of my favorite topics, but I don't think people have really talked about because everyone's looking for the fear. No, it's not the payrolls. It's not the payrolls. No. I brought it up on the watch list yesterday. There was something I brought up related to yields. If you could tell me what it was, I'll tell you. Anybody. There's something we brought up related to global yields. I just gave it away. Oh, CoreWeave. I forgot about that. We hella had an IPO. No, it's not home purchases. It's not tariffs. Oh, loaded. Yeah. Japan deflation. It's Japan. So, hear me out. Japan is going through a big change. And before you're like, Japan's going to crash the economy, before you're like, oh my God, Japan, I read Twitter, Japan, No. Ignore that for a second. Just understand that right now, Japanese bond yields are going higher. Okay? But they haven't been high for the last couple of decades. So what a lot of people don't realize is that Japan's bond market has helped anchor global yields to a low rate. So ironically enough, that's why I'm saying factor this in to gold, right? Because this is how we got to this conversation. People don't realize they're looking for Japan to like crash or something, but at the end of the day, you have to realize that if Japanese yields go higher, that anchor for global bond yields is starting to drift. So that just means reasonably you can expect higher yields globally if Japan keeps rising. And that's something now tie that into gold, right? That means now gold is going to there's going to be higher rates competing with gold, and we'll see how people react to that. But it's just one of those factors that people are missing, because now if you're going to unanchor global bond yields and Japan keeps going and everybody follows, it's going to change the dynamic. It'll change the potential carry trades. Think about the United States. That's why I said yesterday, we're one of the only people really forecasting rates to go down this year. Everybody is expecting higher rates, as weird as that may sound. And even then, we're still, Trump is trying to make sure we get lower rates. But, yeah, that's kind of the problem. Is that because of the rate? Well, we might not get a rate hike. Or you're talking Japan. No, yeah, it's been because of that and the last 8 months. Japan's economic data has been showing inflation. They've been raising, and they've been slowly getting out of that pretty much era of, okay, we need inflation. Newsmax shares open. Is that IPO? These are the guys that ban you if you're a Republican, pretty much. Newsmax up 60%? That's crazy. So it's an IPO. I forgot we had one. How many shares? 7.5 million? That's it? So the problem is that it has a huge premium, but they're only offering 7.5 million shares. So $10 is the price, though. So the premium is the bad one. Oh, it's a rebranded Fox? I thought it was Newsmax, the company that guards the monetization. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Newsmax is ultra conservative. Yeah, I'm confusing it then. I thought it was there's one of them that does the advertising list. I'm pretty sure I'm on a negative one, but they say these aren't safe. Yeah, no, I didn't. I guess Newsmax is ultra MAGA. They make electric cars? What are you saying? Well, yeah, either way, it's up 60%. You need 3.5 million in 5 minutes. I don't think it's going to hit. And they fucked up. They gave it a premium. Did it get halted? Yeah, Newsmax halted due to volatility. China state media, South Korea will reach consensus. 3 sides will jointly respond to U.S. tariffs. I see that. And then traders eye ominous technical levels as stock rout intensifies. BBG. Why do I say it needs to flow? I have an IPO criteria. Believe it or not, I love IPOs. Back in the day, there was a time I made a fortune off of them. I made a lot of money off IPOs. That I feel bad because you guys don't get the same opportunity because they got so popular, and then usually Wall Street scams you. Back in my early day, there wasn't enough demand for Wall Street to scam you. So the plays would just come out, and then everybody would go crazy. So I have a criteria of how to play them, and usually if it meets my criteria, it hits. We've had a good time doing that. So other than that, though, it's like if the criteria has to do with demand, premium, if it's not there, then yeah, that's it. PGR. PGR. I got Exxon up there. Where's Tesla? We need a Tesla. JP Morgan on the high. No way. Yeah, watch if banks start to go up. CoreWeave, they build data centers, I believe. And then LYV, Pop, Live Nation, kind of smaller. And then JP Morgan, like I'm saying, they're getting ready. Remember, bank earnings are right around the corner. Based off the criteria, when's a good time to buy? If it doesn't do that, after that, it's kind of just up to you. That's the thing that sucks. The criteria, it works because it's first day of trading. So it lets you know. But another good sign is just wait until the full offering is traded. So you have to kind of go through the data, see how much has been gone through. But ideally, you want that whole offering to be sold and ran through the flow at least once. So that's usually what I look at, but after that point, you're kind of it just turns into a normal, do you want to buy it? Can you see it for 10 years? All that good stuff. Oh, I was thinking of NewsGuard. That's the one, not Newsmax, NewsGuard. Wait, we had a hype train? What's up? I'll give you a horn. I like a horn, baby. What up, Twitch? Good morning. Happy Monday. ALDX, MYSZ, UVXY, a lot of things just flushed. Gold still climbing. My brother, SPY is going up. So it sucks because at any moment you have a red candle, you're still in the gulag. It's still borderline a 2% gap down. But SPY has recovered a lot here. Dow Jones is now back in the green. Russell is still in the red by 1.3, and then NASDAQ's the worst on the day. We got 40 points to fill the gap. So you have a lot of upside just to get to break even. You think when Trump was talking golden age, he was referring to gold? Maybe at this point. At this point, you would think they're really long on gold. It's actually crazy. CoreWeave originally started as a Bitcoin miner, and then they just turned it to AI. Tesla popping. Been a long time. On Trump trying to run for a third term. It's kind of weird. I think the part he's going to do that people talked about is kind of wicked. I think J.D. Vance is going to run for president, and then Trump is going to run as his vice president. No one's ever done that before, but that would be the only way. It's insane, but yeah. I don't know. I was explaining it to my mom. I was explaining to my mom how I was like, yeah, the Trevor Milton thing, that was weird. I don't like it. I think let's see what happens with, the tariffs and where we go from here. But, yeah, I don't just weird shit, man. So there's not everything I'm too excited about, but I am more focused on the economy, and I want to see where that goes. But some of those things I don't really agree with personally. Well, I just made a plan. There's no news. We're just going up. Honestly, most of the news was fear over the weekend. You had a little bit of data, but I don't think the data was anything detrimental or helpful. But we had our little drop down. Again, fears that the tariffs wouldn't go easy. Value rip. Now the Dow is green, but then that's pretty much it. Look at MO starting to go up again. You sell half and let the free one run? Yes. You don't have to sell half. You could sell you could sell half, 90%, 20%. The goal is to just get your initial amount of money back. Newsmax at 22. That's great. They're scamming heavy on this. It's only 1 million in volume. So it's doing the little halt thing, but yeah, this one's going to end with fireworks. There's 6 more million shares and it's up 100%. You couldn't even sell fucking CoreWeave on Friday. So we'll see, but watch out. Be careful on that. That is not in criteria. So be careful. You like the idea of buying something for the long term today? Well, listen, just so you don't get caught up in emotions, this is the big thing, and you got to do this. Just remember that when you buy something for the long term, you cannot change your mind for a minimum of 10 years. So whether you feel it today or not, doesn't matter. All that matters, though, is that when you make that decision, you should be thinking about this before you make it. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't, because what happens to a lot of people, you feel it today, 6 months down the line, if you change your mind, that's where we have the problem. Because I'm like, why didn't you think about that before you bought into it? So whatever you want to buy, if you want to buy today, all you got to do is really say, hey, what's the best that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? And assuming you're good with that, then you have no problem. And that's the issue where I think a lot of people, especially during this volatility and what I've seen in the past where they end up not performing well, is simply because they lie. And they say that it's, oh, yeah, I'm not going to, for 10 years, but then something happens and then you're re-questioning your ideas, but then that's where we got to avoid it. So as long as you're, feeling you want to buy and you're actually committing to that long of a time frame, I'm not against it, assuming it meets all criteria. And lately, the big thing I've been telling everybody is just make sure your portfolio approves it. If you have a lot of cash, your portfolio wants to buy. You don't have a lot of cash, don't force it in this level of uncertainty. We don't have to do all of that. That's, again, I was talking on Friday how we have the lead and you're seeing it. And this volatility, I'm telling you guys, do you not realize how powerful it is? That, guess what? If we had a hard landing, that would suck. But do you realize how much better it's going to be for some of you who got to avoid the first quarter getting beat up because you were building cash? You're coming into the battle fresh. That's amazing. So I like that a lot. But like I was telling you, that's only if your portfolio set you up like that. You have to really let your holdings guide you as we move through to all of this, because some of you have more cash, some of you have less cash, but that should be telling you what's going on. You bought more NVO? Good. I like it. I like NVO a lot. I want more cash, and yeah, I think NVO is going to be really in the middle of everything. Euro, US, healthcare, Ozempic. Why are regionals running? Hey, yo. That's actually crazy. When is it? JP Morgan earnings, April 11th. Oh, yeah, those are all April. All right, I overpaid. Tesla picking up. Oh, I forgot about Tesla. Oops. Yeah, but SPY doing good there. Let me see the thesis. Oh, no, those went up and then came down. All right. SPY's doing good, but you just hit the high, wicked up, and then coming back down. Yeah, those Pepsis, I think we got out of those good. Why'd they do that to me? The long-term differentiating between 401ks, IRA. Yeah, they're about the same. 401ks, IRAs are your long-term, but I hope you are still saving and they have different liquidity. But all the same rules still apply. And then those UMCs are still up, I've noticed. And then blue, that was on Friday. Yeah, UMC's still there. SPY's coming back down. Yeah, Euro closes in 20 minutes. They had daylight savings over the weekend, so we are going back to our normal Euro close time. All right, little down CNMD. Euro close. It's right here. Right around the corner. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy holidays. Dude, NVIDIA is crazy. It was just at 120. Now it's at like 105. That got me, though. I took a loss on that from last week. I still have them, but I thought those would have held up. I hit the first set of bounce plays on tech, and then the next set got washed. And then I got hustled. I should have held that meta put, bro. That one on Friday would have been amazing. Your balance on the long term, not sure what to add. Probably best to wait. Well, if you get a home run, I mean, wait, but at those points, sometimes I think the market will decide for you in a good way. Maybe there'll be a deal. It'll be too good to say no to, and that's a good place to start. Domino's. I like pizza. We talked about PZZA this year. Did they come down? Yeah, they came back down to 4. This one's really good, actually. It sucks. All of these plays, I've brought up so many value plays. It's all on you. You'll know when I buy it. More ECB officials appear ready to accept an April rate pause. But yeah, pizza is back to the level. It yields a high amount. Again, I don't know last time you went to Papa John's. The Saudis want to buy a stake in it, but It's a decent value play, but still has a lot of risk. But this was one I put on my list at the beginning of the year as well. City on the high. Interesting. Yeah, bro. Financials are moving. All right. SPY still trying to work its way up here right now. Tesla, the premiums are breaking a little harder, surprisingly. So let's say you're still looking at Nike. I like Nike a lot too. Nike, UPS. Again, I've been saying UPS for a while, but then they kept dropping. But I was stacking, and I have yet to buy it. But I like UPS a lot. Nike's even lower now too. So they all got their own little things going. You want to add a high flyer like Coin or Airbnb, but as long as your portfolio is lacking it, I could get behind that, you know? I'm not against that, but just make sure you don't. If you're already trying to chase too many of those, that's not it. You sent me a daughter's long term. I don't recall that email, actually. So did you just send it? Send it. I only recall the email of the guy complaining that I'm not live 30 minutes before open. 30 minutes before open? Lies. You lie in your watch list. You're no longer 30 minutes live before the bell. Your ads are shit and members only is a big FU to many who watch. I used to post numbers on days when your ass is too lazy to, but now I can't, and I'm not giving you a effing dime until it's actually worth it. Yeah, I got a long term. No thanks to you. Glad I didn't buy UPS when you were pumping it. That's the only one I recall. So yeah, that was 2 hours ago. At 5, yeah, no, I'm serious. I read that word for word. Joey Whitley, thank you for your loving email this morning at 6 a.m. I'm assuming it sounded like that. That's why I read it like that. I hope you don't sound like that, Joey. But that's how it sounds like. That's what it said at 6 in the morning. Yeah, that's good. I told you guys, once a week I have to get one. So it's better than a death threat, but I did start off my weekend or my week with a boom boom. You know what I'm saying? Every day. I love it. Yeah, but now, because like I told you, I will unban everybody on the quarter, but you guys could thank Joey. We're doing an extra 3 months of members. So you could thank Joey for that one. He's the guy, not me. Don't blame me. Blame Joey. Joey wants that attention. So we'll give it to him. All right. I got your email now. There it is. Manage that. I told her to put the money into... Can I talk about this? Are you cool if I talk about it? I'll keep any private details private. But, yeah. Well, yeah, but we are live 30 minutes before, but it's just for members. Because, again, people got mad at me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now they get mad at me when I don't do it. So it's just hard out here, bro. But, yeah, you will need a membership for that. If it helps chat or donate. I think it might. So let's see. Put the 20K into SPACs. The other would be there. Leave it. Viability. I recently started long term as well. Honestly, I think start with an amount, and good for her. Tell her good job. That's a lot of money. So I think she needs to protect it. Honestly, I know this may sound wild. Have you thought about getting her a house? I don't care even if she's 19, but she has enough money to buy a house. So maybe start telling her about that too. Because now if she is, because that's a big amount of money, and even if she's like, okay, we're starting off slow, I think you slowly work your way into the long term, but then it doesn't stop there. Give her another goal, and I think that goal should ultimately be a crib. But that being said, I'd pick up with $20,000, start off with like $5K, buy 5 stocks, $1,000 a pop. Pick one of them that isn't multi-year lows, and then the other ones, make sure they're at a low. Right, like the names, like you already listed, like Target, Walmart, Nvidia. You could grab her either Walmart, Microsoft or Nvidia. I think Walmart would probably be the best, and then buy the value ones, not a recommendation, and then month by month. That's it. Tell her to keep saving. She'll get a little yield. Tell her to shop for some houses. There's no rush, even for your long term that you're starting too. You know? She's terrified of putting it into savings. No. That's why. So that's the whole point. Load up the account. Put the money into the account. That's the scary part, but it's going to be like a normal bank account. And then you're not putting all of the money out at once. You're going to start with like, and if 5K seems like too much, do 2.5K. I'm always down to cut numbers in half. So, but that's where I'm saying, like, you're not diving into the pool. And then what is this? Yahoo names ex-Paramount exec to be chief marketing officer. But the whole idea is that you start with a couple, 2,000, 5,000, pick 3 to 5 names, and then wait a month. So now 20 grand, you're going to have either 17,000 or 15,000 left over. And then wait a month, and then let's buy another one or add to it. And then we wait a month, and then you go from there. But literally, if the plan is $200-300 a month, and you start out with 5K, and then you do $300 a month, you're $8,000 by the end of the year in 12 months from now. So that none of your money will be fully exposed if we put it in the right place. So that's a normal fear. Same fear my sister had, same fear my mom had, all of it. But little by little, we're not putting it into risky shit. But that's going to be your job as her dad, and for her as a human, don't buy dumb shit. That's it. You got to make sure you're not putting your money in these places where it could disappear. But that list that your dad sent me, some of those names are high, but they're good names. Target, buy that one at a low, and then the other ones, even if you bought 1 or 2, they're a little higher up there, but you could go buy UPS, Target. There's so many names that are still a little cheaper there, but little by little, if you start small, give it a monthly strategy, none of that money will fully go out there. Yeah, Estee Lauder, that could be another one if you like that. Yeah, that's the issue. Don't buy Walmart and Target together. It sucks because I think Walmart's up there and then Target's the value, but those are exactly the same kind of. If you didn't have tech exposure, would you buy Google? I like Google, but I just think some of those names are up. That's kind of the weird part, is that right now tech is the cheapest it's been since 2017, but then it's still at a multi-year high. So prices have came down, but the earnings are still up. But then the price is coming down after an increase in earnings. That's lowered the relative PE, and that makes them look cheap, but they're not really the cheapest. So I like it. I do think you could get better, but then the growth names that are at lows, I don't think they're better than Google. So it's kind of that's a tricky one. I think you should aim for growth, though. If you know that you need it and you have value, I don't think it's the best deal. I don't think it's the worst deal. That's how I view something like Google or any of these tech if you have a balanced portfolio and want to pick them up. No, Robinhood tweaks me out. Like I said, I liked what they did last weekend if I view them as like a DraftKings. I don't view them as a bank. But I think it was good. But and then again, though, they have came up a lot. But I don't know where they fall in the portfolio. I don't know if it's a consumer discretionary. I don't know if it's entertainment. I don't think it's a bank, though. Yeah, and that's why I like different financial exposure. All right, SPY coming back up. I don't know if you guys have noticed. VIX is washed, and then the high ticker is fully gassed right now. So, yalla. All right, there's Tesh. Ming Chi tweet on Apple. Is it good or bad? Visa and Abivai. The private banking, the cash deliveries. We talked about it on Friday. I think there was good and bad things, but sadly, I do think a lot of people don't understand what they're doing. So they're not getting into private banking, but they're just partnering up with a regional bank to do it. So that's what I think is kind of the irony as well. It's about Apple buying NVIDIA chips. Oh, that sounds good. New high on the SPY of the day. Let's see. 5546, 5547 is a level. And then I think like 77. And then that's it. We fill the gap if we could get above here. I think the job market is going to get worse. So that's the thing. Sadly, though, because I agree with it, we're waiting for the Doge hits to the data. And everyone's going to freak out about it. But generally, it does seem like the labor market should be slowing down from here. All right, SPY breaking out a little bit. This is the highest we have been all day. Let's see where it kind of settles or if we can fill the gap. Again, bonds are still in the low, though, so they gapped up and then they haven't done much. LPE. All right, SPY. Only down 0.5% right now, and then some individuals are kind of lagging, though. That's the thing. You're getting a weird difference. All right, I got out of Tesla. I just scalped that real quick. Not really. It took some time, but got 11%. Boeing! We should have bought the Bradley calls. I'm Boeing, back to Cali. Damn, son, these still expensive. Yeah, the Boeings are still up there. Cheaper than before, but still. China and yeah, we just saw that headline. But we didn't, no real reaction. Is it because there's not enough private sector jobs? I think you just got to switch it. It takes time because, not every job is, what's the word, fungible. You can't just, move somebody from, a government job to the private sector. That's the thing that I think Donald Trump and Bessent are going to have a lot of trouble with, is because they're all kind of assuming that you could just bring all of the work to the private sector, but you can't. So we're going to find out with that, but generally I think there's a lag. You guys don't remember when there was all of these layoffs and things were slowing down in 2022 but the job market wouldn't go down. It's because the government jobs, but now those jobs need to shift, but it's going to take some time, but generally people are looking for, man, I should have held that again. So, all right, you're ripping there. That was even bigger. Both Tesla, Pinterest popping. Yo, pins. Oh, I thought that was a lot higher. That one would have been a good one. So we'll see. That's it. You've been holding it. You posted earlier, though. I went through your chat facts. You didn't. Come on, Mr. Market. How long can sellers keep this up? Well, remember, today is the rebalance day. So we'll find out, but that's welcome to sentiment land. What is this? Tivdoc, tisotumab, approved by European Commission for previously treated metastatic cervical cancer. I don't know if that was that biotech that went up. Do I mean 417? Which one? Was it the latest one? Oh, yeah, May. Just whichever one was May. The middle card, 16th, not 17th. Don't confuse yourself, if that makes any sense. If it says May, go to the middle contract. BYD. Okay, SPY just hit the top. Next level is fill the gap or go home. So 55.77, or we're going to kind of dance here. But at least they're not doing the straight down. So let's see. A DLR on the high. Digital Realty. Let's go. Let's go. Post your play next time, though, or I'm banning you. Your whole day, you pumped the NQ, but you didn't tell us that you owned it until it hit a high. That's not dope. Not dope at all. The REITs are, again, bonds. Again, the last 2 days, you're going to watch bonds a lot. So we said on the watch list, you know, everybody is going to be looking at the yields and whether, like, because look, this came back up. The problem, this is what I said last week, all of this back and forth, you guys got scammed because now you got a new low on the market without a new high on the yields this year. So prior, this is what I showed you guys the other day, you are getting SPY down, bond yields up. So last time we hit a new low, you had a new high on TLT, right? So the problem is now, once we did this little back and forth here, which looks like 2018, which is crazy, it's unfortunately, though, you're now lower on the market, but you do not have the lower yields. So in a weird way, we did all of this and then we sacrificed lower market without getting the added benefit of the yields. So we'll see. Yeah, Blue Friday, if you remember, it wouldn't let me trade them. But if you got those are great. Japan had the worst day of 2025. Hot dog. Well, there's something else in Japan and then China. Not too crazy. Where's Pepsi? VeriSign. Ooh, 250. I like that one though. See, you buy. I don't know about that play, but you're buying a put now on a $200 play. I like that one. Remember that other one when it was cheap? That one doesn't make sense, but I like that. As far as the expensive stock goes, RSI pinned INTF. Oh, it looks mad illiquid. I don't know what this is. International equity. Switch gears. We're coming back down, but honestly, this is good. I thought we were going to hit here and then just trap us, but for the most part, this looks good. The part that sucks, it's still like deep red. I mean, the Nasdaq's still down 1.6. Tilvadak. Oil's been going up all day. Yeah, oil's 71. Damn. No. It's like been really running. Remember we kept seeing those? MGA, Magna. Bonds are starting to move now too. So we have Euro close actually right now. So Europe is closing. Bonds a little bit, and then SPY a little from the top. Again, you have your rebalance. That's today. Today's the last day of the month and the quarter. Seasonality. It very well might be. 71. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw my tweet, but I tweeted it on Friday. I was saying not one survey respondent was worried about inflation when I was paying $7.90 a gallon for gas. Bro, I filled up on Friday. That's why I tweeted it, because I had to leave and I had to go for a drive. You know, I had to get going, and I needed gas, bro. And I filled up, bro. $4.30. That's an honor for me. You guys don't realize that's cheap for the last couple of years. But then I was like, are you kidding me? Do you guys not realize that that's survey data? So when we were paying the highest we've ever paid for gasoline, all of those surveys, their 5-year expectations did not go up for years. Even the 1 year never went up. So that means when you were paying out of pocket for the most expensive gas, because I remember paying $7.90 a gallon. That stood out to me. I said, that's ridiculous. But at that moment, not one consumer sentiment had a worried sentiment. But now, as you're paying less for gas, people are more worried than when you were. So remember, there's a difference between the survey data and what you're actually going through in real life. But yeah, I filled up at 4:30, bro. I was tripping. I think it's came down in my area. It was up for a little bit. Like, I was still paying $4.50 to $5, but that's it. Like Nike, I'm waiting on it just because I have a lot of options and little cash, but I think it's a very, very attractive price right now, alongside a few other names. $2.99. That's crazy. I was excited though at $4.50 though, or $4.30. I was tripping. Well, it doesn't make sense because when super high, people don't think it'll go much higher. But it's low, it's more likely to go up. It all just depends. I mean, I think the point is just like many other times, because we said the same thing when inflation was going up and the data wouldn't show it. We were saying the exact opposite. I think it just highlights that a lot of people on these soft data sets, especially the consumer sentiment in Michigan, I don't think they live in the real world, or it's very biased like we know, because when you were, again, just like what's her name, Fed Dolly, when inflation was through the roof and you were paying a ton, these people were saying, no, we don't think inflation will go up. It's not there. But you are right, because when it is lower, it's more likely to increase, and then vice versa. But I think it's the bias of soft data and surveys. GENK. Prior to 2022, we hadn't seen it. No one remembered it. Yeah, but I think you're giving these people too much credit. You know, I've heard your back and forth with me on this, Regal. And I think you see it in the way, which is kind of reasonable, because what we're seeing with the data is just flip it around. Just like when we saw inflation data going higher and we were like, no, and we were like, it's not transitory. We saw the data forming, and that's what you could kind of argue now. But these people are smart. You get what I'm saying? Michigan, like I showed and studied before, Michigan consumer sentiment used to be a good data set. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not giving anybody any more benefit of the doubt. So I can't say recency bias or not. These are smart, educated people. They live life. They go through it. They know what it is. I don't think that when inflation was at 9, they didn't see anything because they've never dealt with it. And now all of a sudden they're like, oh, yeah, well, now that we know inflation, I think it's people being intellectually dishonest. And that's why you get this. And like I'm saying, if you don't believe me, go look at the same data. Go look at the consumer sentiment Michigan and go pick up the data from the 1960s or wherever it started, and you could see that the data was accurate. And these people are dumb. And it could provide good stuff and even at other times. But as of lately, though, ever since 2017 and the political divergence, I think it has caused this one. So unfortunately, I can't give them that benefit of the doubt. But I see what you're saying, because we did the same thing. You know, just like when we saw inflation up and the data didn't reflect it, we were like, inflation's going to rocket. That's what people are saying now, and you can't anticipate it. But like I'm saying, I think people are being dishonest about the impact. Back then, it was because of $4 trillion. That's why we were so worried. That's why we said the data is lagging and you're not seeing it. But this time around, I don't think it's $4 trillion. This time around, I don't think it's your daily costs that are moving like they were back then. But unfortunately, people, I believe, are being dishonest about that. So I like the Michigan consumer sentiment. It's just failed as of recently. I'll only be at 24. 24 is a lot. So you already reached the goal. Man, those Teslas. Oof. Okay, I got a little bit more on that. Yeah, I think there's huge political bias. I mean, let's just be real. 4 years ago, did you feel comfortable speaking out against the administration? There you go. In the last 4 years, if you said anything contrary to the narrative, it came at a cost. Whether you worked on Wall Street, politics, or anywhere. So I think a lot of people were very unwilling to respond how they are today towards certain things. And that's unfortunate. That's a very unfortunate consequence. And sadly, I think it was reality because that's why none of the data moved up. That's why when you really had inflation, nobody wanted to say it. Nobody was reporting it. Everyone said transitory and believed it and promoted it. So is it? I think it's a mix. We don't know. I'm just saying the result. I don't know how we got there, but I do know that it's disconnected from reality. So I don't know whose fault it is. I'm not trying to blame anybody, but all I'm saying is that the result is now very disconnected from reality, and it makes sense why. 4 years ago, people didn't want to say anything that went against Biden. I think a lot of you can agree with that. It wasn't popular to do that. Now it's popular to go against Trump, but even then, even if you say all of this stuff, you weren't met with the... Now if I tell you inflation's going to rocket, people would agree with you. I told you guys, buy a house, and I said inflation's going to go crazy. People said, no, you're insane. It's transitory. And then they said, look at the Fed, look at this, look at that. So I think that's part of the social situation that created this. But all I'm saying, the output Y, or function of X equals Y, the output right now is a very disconnected set of data on the soft data. Again, this is the chart we're talking about. And usually we could be like, oh, yeah, it's leading, and maybe they're predicting it. But again, people weren't acting like this in August and September. That's kind of the weird part. That's why I'm saying hard data is up from being borderline negative to positive in the last 6 months. And soft data is up too. But again, more people are reacting and highlighting this, the hope and the fear rather than anything else. And that's the why. 3M, remember on Friday we had weird plays on that? And then TSM as well on the high. The average person is average person doesn't know much about inflation. They've been hitting for 2 years and when they started. Yeah, and that's the thing with this survey. We don't really know who's taking it. That's something that I don't know if it's a arrogant intellectual who is trying to prove a point, or I don't know if it is a normal person. But then again, either way, whether it's the media, the people, I don't know. But again, the output is odd. And that's what I want you guys to notice. I mean, just like the G.K. Chesterton, we may not know what happened, but we should be able to see the evidence of other things. I don't know why. I can't tell you what it is, but there is evidentially something of an outlier occurring right now. And that's why you see it on inflation expectations or and all across. Let me show you the other chart. This was the other one from just lately. This was on Friday. I showed you this one. So whether it's an intellectual or the average person, right? I don't know. But what I do know is that on the last consumer sentiment, you had the most amount of unsolicited negative political mentions ever. So anything from the damn great financial crisis to COVID, you have a more unsolicited comments on the sentiment about the economy being negative because of the government. That has never happened to this rate. That's crazy. But do you see what I'm saying? I don't know why. I don't know who. That's why I doubt the data. But like I am telling you, this is an output where I'm saying this is an outlier. No, just like Jerome Powell said. And it's hard to ignore that, but we should be asking ourselves why. So that means on this last survey, without anybody asking the survey respondents, on their own accord, they came out unsolicited and had something either positive or negative to say about the news and government policy ever. From the let me put this in a perspective. Vietnam, the real first wave of inflation, all of that, COVID, the tech bubble, all of these events, nothing triggered some of these outputs. So again, the other outputs that I'm showing you, like the independence and all of these things, that's why I put it through AI, and I'm like, listen, I see how it's easy to fall to the political bias because that may be what is causing this, obviously. But you just go look, and it's clear that the output started from 2017, and it started to diverge at a statistically significant rate. And even as of now, just the last couple of quarters, these are some of the widest outputs, and it's just odd. So I don't know who's taking it or not, but all I do know is that it's clear that we're getting a really big soft data impact, or now the market and citizens and even Wall Street, they're focusing on that more. But when it's all said and done, whenever these outliers calm down, I think the truth will work its way out. So you could call it weird. I think it's fascinating. Point is that people are all crybabies. I mean, the point is that we have outliers right now. The point is what I just said. Once these outliers chill out, you'll find the truth. You see what I'm saying? But for now, you're getting outputs that are odd. They don't really stand historically, and that's what I'm saying is like I could see both sides. I see how we reacted at one point thinking it's leading and lagging, and I see how other people are anticipating that. It's just a lot is changing without a lot changing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of feelings and anticipation without real action. Again, the data from 6 months ago is a lot better, but we're getting these. And that's why I think once we work our way through this, then we'll know what the truth is. But whatever's being outputted now. Yo, GM, check those autos. You might get a headline. Again, actually all day, though. GM and Ford. Tesla's near the high. You got a good gain if you held that first play. Oil still climbing. The truth is that there is uncertainty. I think real uncertainty. So I think the truth is we're going to get inflation. We're going to get something negative from Donald Trump's policy. I do believe that. I just don't believe it's going to be as bad as everyone's telling you, or it's not going to be that big of a size. But I don't know where we end up. I think generally the truth is that we are either going to have a really good year or a really bad year by day 365. And that is all dependent on policy, where we're at, people's feelings, the stuff we inherited from the last couple years, the banks, all that good stuff. So we'll find out. But for now, we'll take it in as it comes. But that's why I'm like, I wouldn't jump to a conclusion just yet. All right, SPY ripping, baby. And there it is. All right, 8:40 though. Then again, Europe is already closed. That was about 15 minutes ago. Or no, an hour ago? I don't know. Well, yeah, Europe already has inflation. That's what sucks. Again, there's a report this morning. No one talks about it. That's what I think is hilarious. But then again, you can maybe say that's the uninformed people. Because, dude, no one's freaking out in the same way. If we get one tick up of inflation, everybody tweaks out. Every set of data in Europe has inflation going up. They're already causing inflation through their spending. So we're going to inherit some of that. But again, everybody is ignoring that. But yeah, they're already getting it. Visa, Adobe, GME's waking up. Again, they had the good news, bad news dynamic from last week. Watch bonds, too. They've been just dribbling down from the morning. But notice we had that little flush, hit a low, and now you've just been cash running. Very gradual, very chill. And again, we're about 20 minutes here off a Euro close. Valid point. I still trust Trump. He wants to lower rates. Oh, believe me, I like his plan in theory. But this goes back to one of our economic lessons of state strength. And this highlights it. It's hard for Donald Trump to execute when people behave like this and are allowed to behave like this. What I mean is that now you went from a very optimistic financial situation to now you could add volatility just for no reason. And now it's going to be harder to execute. So I like the plan, but it's not going to be easy if you have people making it difficult. If people are, again, that's why, like, remember in the beginning of January, every little rumor would move the dollar. You guys remember that? That's how we started off the year. That's not good. That doesn't help you out trying to achieve a policy if your dollar's swinging 50% or 0.5% every other day based on what people think you're going to do. Newsmax halted. That's crazy that one went up, man. It's not even done half the float. So this one, I think, is going to crash and burn, but it's going to keep running until then. But that hasn't met criteria. So they still have like 5 million shares to offer, but now it's at a 500% premium. No, I don't think he's flip-flopping as much as he's just being weird Trump with policy, if that makes sense. Because this is how the trade war played out last time. He like gets aggressive, then walks it back. Like we kind of did this, but at least he's not walking back the idea of rates, oil. That is when he starts to flip-flop, if that makes sense. Watch out for the bigger factors changing rather than how he goes about doing what he's already doing. That's what I said the other day. Like, it sucks that people in the media and other people are adding to this uncertainty, but make no mistake, Trump doesn't help either. Trump's whole attitude and approach causes this. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't think it's good to overreact, and I think some people are definitely making cases for overreaction. But then it doesn't help that the way Trump conducts himself allows this to occur. So that's kind of the catch-22 with all of it, because they're both feeding into it, if anything. All right, spar near the high. All right. Apple clash over satellite. Okay, SPY's still holding up, man. It is not bad. Pure Pet. What up, baby? ES filled the gap. SPY is not there yet, but Dow's doing good. That held up. Amazon, Tesla. Amazon's running. Reddit is going crazy. I have Amazon up here. Look at the bottom right. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oil gains by $2, 5-week high.
The crew of 4 passengers are doing what has never been done before and going around the Earth's poles, right? Yes, exactly. So it's the first human space flight to fly over the Earth's polar regions, which is pretty interesting. So they'll take off from Florida and fly in a 90-degree circular orbit around the Earth.
It's all being financed by a crypto billionaire. Why is he and the three that he has selected so keen on the polls?
So they had a press conference last Friday, the Fram 2 mission. Fram 2 is based off a Norwegian polar expedition ship. And what Chun Wang, who is a cryptocurrency investor, said was that he had always, as a kid, always looked at the Earth's map and saw this white spot at the bottom of the pole and always wondered what was out there. So he's excited to view that from space, and he's very into visiting different countries, being an explorer, and going on different adventures is what he said.
He's taking an extraordinary group with him of other pole-focused explorers, but they're offering their own bodies up to research here. They're taking on a lot of risk, ultimately, Sana.
Yes, definitely. And actually, one of the things that they're doing on their mission is conducting research on the impacts of spaceflight on human health. So they're also teaching other people about what it's like to be up there while they're putting their own bodies at risks. And one of their projects will be capturing the first X-ray image of a human in space, which will be definitely very interesting for the research community and the science community.
And the liftoff Florida is this evening.
Yes, it's this evening. They're targeting around 9 p.m., but there's a couple different launch windows if the 9 p.m. one doesn't work out. But for now, I think it's around 9:30 p.m.
Sana Pashanka, thanks for following it for us. We appreciate it. Also happening today, right here on Earth, in Vegas at least, Intel is holding its 2-day Intel Vision event. It's a conference which kind of showcases Intel's technologies and how they're being used to enable new solutions and drive business success, so they say, in the AI era. But of course, that success is all hinges on this guy, Intel's new CEO, Lip Bhutan. He's going to be speaking for the first time this afternoon since taking on the top job. Let's ask Mandeep Singh from Bloomberg Intelligence what we think might be articulated, because he's been out there talking to investors, writing letters, of course, also to his own workforce. Cuts, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've already pared back from the NAND business, so you can see, the focus is shifting towards AI.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And that was one
they said
of the
Trump
things that
planning
I
to
think
visit
Pat
Saudi
Gelsinger
Arabia
didn't
in
do very
May.
well was really hone in on AI, which is the growth market. I mean, when you look at all the hyperscalers increasing their capex by 50%, you would expect something would trickle down to Intel in terms of driving some revenue upside. And I'm hoping that's the vision he articulates when he talks to investors, is how Intel is really focused on AI. And look, the foundry side, I mean, the government seems to be supportive to Intel, to bring manufacturing onshore. But that is a lengthier turnaround, because one of the concerns for investors in Intel stock is the cash burn.
Yes.
You don't want to see cash burn. And the message here is we're really focused on AI opportunity, and they somehow have to find a way to compete with NVIDIA.
Well, they've got Gaudi. Is the offering right? Do they need to change up the talent they have? They've certainly been changing up the board talent, at least, it seems.
Well, I think there's a lot that they need to change at the product level. Clearly, the product didn't resonate very well with the market.
Okay, got your little red here from the top.
Inferencing opportunity on the AI side.
All righty. Yeah, that Newsmax one was wild, bro. So literally, it's half of the float now after 600%. IPO is 10. Opened at 14. Alrighty. Celsius Pina Colada. Again, Celsius bought Alani. That was on that last earnings. And then they had that little drop and pop. They came back up, though. Some of you guys are just picking that up. So good work. Good work. Oh, dude, we need push-ups. I forgot. We should do a push-up, you guys. It is 8:30. I stood up and all of that. I went to the bathroom. So, yeah, let me play that guy again. Let me just do a real quick sit-up. Not one of them. I'll do a couple.
Don't forget.
Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, man, chest to the sun, flex the
And,
core, tuck the hips in. It's Monday,
three
baby.
things you can do, right? You can buy, you can sell, or you can hold. And so people always talk about it's different this time. We've never had tariffs, or we never had COVID, or it's always different. It's just what people can do with that. And there are really three choices. And when people take to the sell tickets, it presents itself in a very similar way, which is what we measure on a daily basis here at Renmac.
Jeff, we do have a jobs number coming up this week. I did take note of a thing you mentioned online about how much education and healthcare have contributed to job growth, and what happens if those two sectors slow down in the way of labor contribution. And you talk about what vulnerabilities you might see to the future job prints?
Yeah, that's a lot more in Neil's sphere than my sphere, but I can give you the highlights as I know them, which is, look, we think that there's been this continued decline. And you can see it in the hours worked, and you can see it in the wage growth, that it looks to us like the job market is slowing. The quits rate has stabilized and actually gone down. So a lot of these pre-indications of a hot versus a cooler job market point in at least those directions for a cooler labor market. And it might not be this month. There's some seasonal quirks that could actually maybe give us a little hotter print because of weather. But generally speaking, that trajectory looks to us like the labor markets will be cooling, and that in fact should be more accommodative for the Fed to step in between now and, say, June.
So it's not necessarily a negative, it doesn't feed a negative view on equities because of that Fed put?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, look, if we start getting things into that zone, then I think that lines up with the sentiment, right? And so the market will start to see through that. So our call is not really Fed put dependent, but certainly I think the conditions are pretty similar to things that you find when the Fed does start to take action. So the data, look, they're going to be data dependent. They're not going to look at our sentiment work. That's not going to be how the Fed operates, right? But the data, as it comes, what we think Neil's way, certainly would be supportive of a Fed cut. And again, in totality, that would also be supportive of this sentiment environment that we're in.
It seems that, broadly thinking, corporates have pretty strong balance sheets, relatively healthy, but maybe what you call some flicking in the credit markets. Any concern there?
Well, look, it's worth watching because we have seen it uptick in this last week. So credit default swaps have upticked. We've seen this double B versus triple B uptick. Nothing's broken out. I think the real story for us, you always have to compare it to something. If I said, hey, credit is up 25 basis points, what does that mean? We have to compare that to the S&P, and when we look at that comparison, credit has actually been a lot more sanguine here than the equity markets, and that's reassuring. And one of the reasons why we're more bullish than we otherwise would be is because credit has not given us that same signal. If we were about to fall off a cliff and the market was expecting that and seeing through that, and that's both
I haven't watched
aggregate demand and
Gemstones,
that's margins and everything else, then obviously that impacts credit, and we're just not seeing that here.
I saw it, but I didn't play it yet. What did I watch recently? I watched something good. But all right, man, I hope y'all did a push-up. We're back. Got that Tesla put. Good luck, baby. Way to post the play, man. I like these, though. I like that you're doing puts, though, because if you're spending sizable money, it's better you're doing it on bigger plays, man. So, and then make sure you get the long term. Hey, man. The guy talking reminded you of Big Short? How so? I heard something. I think the guy who works with him was on Bloomberg this morning. Whoa, 6.2, 6.1 earthquake strikes Indonesia. Reload in VIX calls. I want to, but I need a little bit more. I want them. They're expensive. So, Lebowski, you were here back. Go look at HYG. I think you'll like it. Because the last time I've ever talked about HYG was like 2018, 2019. And I think you were here, and I think you know some of the lore. But I'd watch that, but the UVXY's already shot up. But watch HYG. That's an interesting one. Yeah, just like 2018. I keep your eyes on it. I brought it up on yesterday's watch list. Any free knowledge about signing a promissory note you're lending? Make sure it's notarized. Is it a secured promissory note or is it unsecured? That's the big deal. So the promissory note, hopefully it's secured. So if that's the case, you need the promissory note secured, and then you got to get prepared the lien on whatever you're securing the note with, pretty much, or the money. So yeah, other than that, as long as you just, it better not be a bad, don't give money to yeah, Proverbs has a lot on there, exactly. But if it's if you already know the deal's sketchy, or if they don't have a way to pay you back, you better make sure the security is more. But if there's no good security, I would not do that. So make sure the security, and make sure it's a securitized promissory note, and that it's actually, you got that the borrower is going to repay you. Because even if you take the security, that's usually harder, or it takes time, effort, all of that. So just the best situation is you getting paid back, and make sure that they have the ability to do that. Be grateful for what you have. You could lose it seeking what you do not. Man, bro, I saw you say that in the morning. It's a good quote. It's a very good quote. May 5th. Let's go, baby. That was quick. Oh, I love it. We're going to see, too. I can't wait. By summer, let's see how real estate is doing. I think we're going to learn a lot. 5-day candle, Bitcoin, to avoid a bearish engulfing. Well, good luck. USDA quarterly corn, 8.15 versus 8.13. Soybeans, 1.9 versus 1.90. Wheat, 1.23 versus 1.22. Intel and IBM announced availability of Intel Gaudi 3 AI accelerators on IBM Cloud. Intel. Again, they were saying there's an event in a couple days or something like that. Oh, I did not know it. You have to go to Indonesia. Dude, that earthquake in Thailand on Friday was crazy. Or where was it? Malaysia? The Intel events today? Oh, I didn't know. And then crude oil from Texas fell to the lowest since January. In January to the lowest since March 24. BTI, again, coal plays, we've seen those go up today. Can I help you with your logic homework? No. You have ChatGPT. That's easy. Get a long term, though. In Myanmar. Yeah, that's what it was. Dude, that was crazy. And then I saw those buildings. I saw that one sky bridge break. All of it, bro. I was like, damn. That's no bueno. Double dip on NVO. I like NVO though. Still, like I said, all this stuff I talked about today is both like good and bad. Them being European could either help a lot or it could hurt them a lot. They collect in euros, or is it the Denmark dollar or whatever it is? But they're a very interesting one. And then as of lately, they have been they've been going down because of the weight loss trials, not necessarily anything for it. All right, SPY coming down a little bit. Actually, let me see. Yeah, those UVXYs are still like juiced, bro. I forgot which ones we had. I had the 20s. So yeah, I sold them out at like 3 something. Damn, they hit 6 today and then they went down to 4. So they're still really expensive. That's what you got to be careful of. I'm surprised, though. I was very impressed with some of the engineering. Because all those Thailand things, you would have thought all those buildings would have fell. But the videos I saw, I was tripping. Bro, there was a bunch with the pools on top. Did you see the one with the sky bridge? So there was one where the two buildings connected through like a sky bridge, and literally the sky bridge broke. I've never seen that, bro. That was crazy. A rumor has it Kramer said not to buy today. Oh, so that's good. That was real, yeah. That was a real video. It was in Thailand. RBA on the high. Yo, they got a decent pop. You've read it was designed to break? I thought they always said it wasn't. Yeah, I think it's but everyone says that like sky bridges are like indestructible or something. But I've never seen that. I've never been on a sky bridge, I don't think. But I've been on one like that, the LA building, but I've never been on like one that connects the two, and I've never walked them. All right, it came down a little bit. A lot of put premiums came down, but that's it. If this doesn't hit, bounce, you're going to get slashed 30%. And then, yeah, just so far, I've hit every other individual play. Only one I lost was the SPY. So be careful. Premiums jacked up a lot. It sucks because this little fear we woke up with, I mean, you got like it's a weird morning comparatively because like even the VIX they've came down now, but you gap down a lot. So everything is still holding that premium. Hasty retreat. Well, that's good, but I gotta ban you too. You guys keep flexing your plays that you did not post. So I don't know. I love Mr. Market, but I even called him out on it. So I don't know why you guys did that today. I think I've been chill too. I don't think I've been rude. So yeah, stop. Just post the plays before you flex them. Those are the rules. Thanks. You want to flex the long-term getting a house? Amen. Do it, bro. Do it. Actually do it. Yalla. I saw Celsius. Tesla's coming down. All right. Apple, too. I mean, who was the other one? NVIDIA. They were down 5. Yeah, NVIDIA's starting to go. Even the SPY, though. So that dropped there from the top. A lot of those plays got cheaper, but if this holds, if we end up hitting a low, those puts will hit crazy. But if not, if you do the little VWAP thing and bounce again, that's literally what happened last time. That's how the other put, I had it hit VWAP, you were up 30%, and then it ripped. So be careful. VIX is still up a lot. That's why I was like, it's kind of weird. I wish there was a better play there, but yeah. There you go. You bought a house? Good, baby. Good. Amen. That's the point of the long term. There's data on corn. I don't know if agriculture is moving. 5542. So again, 5547 to like 5567, but you're supposed to fill the gap. You were right there. Oil's still going crazy. Premiums are chilling out though. So again, from the top to bottom, that rocketed up the premiums. They're kind of slowing down. So let's see. They moved higher. What time is it now? 12:12? 9:12, not too bad. All right, Tesla's kind of, actually, no, I think I made the play here. But yeah, that moved a lot. IQ on the high. And then there's HYJ. Watch if the banks come down. Those were pretty active earlier. Might have been a reload. Maybe watch value too. I'm glad we got out of those Pepsis. That one worked. Samir long term, and thank you again. Well, thank you, man. I hope you get the crib. High-rise condos aren't bad. They're a little lower quality. So like a single family home, like we talked about, that's usually the pinnacle of what you guys want to aim for. There's some good high rises you could get if you have a HOA, so you got to pay that fee. That kills some of the cash flow or makes the rent more. But then see if you could rent it out short term or not. But it's not the worst idea. But it's also, single family is the pinnacle of building equity and easier to sell and down the line too. Okay, CTXR. That wasn't the one. There's one in the morning. And then Newsmax, I don't know. I think it's unhalted. 3.5 million. Up 400 though. But it's not doing the halt thing anymore. GDH. A lot of these random ass small caps are running. And then Dow Jones. 20 green, 10 in the red. So that was a little weaker in the morning. But then again, Dow is the only one that's green. And then NASDAQ 100, 31 green, 70 red. That is practically unchanged. Now that I have a house, what do you think I should do with extra investments? You put it back to the market. And then until you find another house. Or now you could buy a private company and then hopefully generate more cash flow through that. But now rinse and repeat to get another house or a company. All right, SPY, that's weird. The premiums are still kind of holding there, but again, most of the day you just had quick gap down, quick sell-off, quick rally, tested VWAP once, and then it's been straight up. And then you did rally a little bit more to a new high, and then now you are back to where Euro close happened. So this spot right here is literally Euro close. PBH, Tiger, those are both on the high. Kramer, I can't think of a dumber day to buy stocks than today. Oh, no. I think you guys did. Some of you just got kicked out. But it's okay. My computer shut down this morning. That was so weird. I got the blue screen of death. Out of nowhere. Bro, I just want cash in the lawn tire. Do you think 2,700 mortgage and rent 32 is a good investment in Portland? I don't like rent control. So, and then again, I don't even like Oregon. So, it just depends. But I would also be looking at like the price of the home. So cash flow is good and all, but like I've been sharing with the Chads here, our main goal and my main goal for a lot of you guys is building equity. We want to make sure that these long terms that we saved up for so long with, that we could get good equity. So cash flow, you're not going to become a millionaire off cash flow in real estate, but off equity you will. So yeah, if it has 200K in equity, that's probably going to be more of my deciding factor than not. But yeah, just make sure the renters are good. But if you're getting 200K in equity, that sounds like 10% or more, unless that's like make sure that it's accurate, that you could actually value it there. But other than that's really the big factor. Do it the cash, a little under. That's great. Seems like a good price. Do we have time this Friday to finish the real estate doc? Well, let's see on Friday. I don't know because it's Monday today, but if we do, I'm down. We do need to finish that. I am more than down. Tiger, that one's going up. I called it out earlier. I didn't think it'd be moving like this. But yeah, that's still climbing. Is YouTube still clapped? It kicked out 600 of you. That's what it says. So we'll see. We'll see if they come back. We chilling now? All right, word. Word. All right, SPY working its way up. Man, the values from today, the ones from yesterday, you had to sell them. They came down. Except the J&J. The Pepsis came down, though. So I got out of those at 100%. We could double dip. They came right back down. Kramer said today is, he doesn't know a dumber day to buy than today. So Kramer says today's a dumb day to buy, and stocks have rallied 2 points since then on the SPY. Thanks, Kramer. Thanks. CNBC was pumping Nibis. They were saying they tied it into Core Weave, and then Core Weave did bad, and then I think Nibis dropped because of that. Yeah, Newsmax halted again. At least it went up, bro. I'm surprised, but 3.7 million. So you still got another 2.3 to trade. All right, and it's 9:20, but today's kind of flying by, baby, on Monday. And then, yeah, make sure you guys know those text messages about paying a toll are fake. I hope you guys know that. FTC chairman says concerned about potential sale or transfer of data on 23andMe. Good for you. What is it? Is it MEQ? What's the ticker for it? I thought it still existed. Didn't we just see it? But yeah, that's for the 23andMe thing. Is it ME? Nah, I typed it in, nothing. Or is it still halted? Oh, yeah. Because remember, people were talking about it on Friday. It's me. "23andMe." It's an interesting one. I mean, it's cool to find out all that stuff, but now it's just weird that they're selling the company and then technically all of everybody's DNA data is for sale. That's the wild part. Yeah, there's apparently like big Amazon and DMV like scam text. So yeah, don't fall for that. All right, man. Volume's coming in big. Whoa. Oh, okay. That was a different one. So premiums are still holding stable, but like I told you, if you kind of hit there and then bounce, we bounced before VWAP, If this holds up, that's going to slash premiums again. Premiums are dying today, at least on this SPY. Again, I've hit every other play except for the SPY ones. So just be mindful of that here, because if we do go up, I think any short-term SPY plays are going to be a lot harder. All of these little small caps are running. Siebert up 5%. Okay, NVIDIA's trying to climb back up. Apple's still the leader at 1. Tesla's not doing bad. I mean, again, you have more of this SPY up. 70% of the NASDAQ is in the red, and then 70% of the Dow is in the green. Odd take from Kramer. I think Kramer's just trying to highlight that there's like a lot of volatility coming in between now and Wednesday, but yeah, I think there was a lot. Starbucks. You guys, I went to Starbucks. That's why I tweeted it. Dude, it was the first time I went to Starbucks in a while. I had to. I needed some caffeine. We were on the go, and I was like, what? And my girl, we were debating it. But you guys still went to Starbucks. I was like, all right. But yeah, they're still holding 97. And then oil is still climbing. You immediately charted that. It was a good reaction. I'm surprised. A lot of people in the chat still like Starbucks. I got it's a new drink. It was a cherry chai tea. It was really good. I liked it a lot. And I put a shot of espresso. I didn't have time. I got that picture by the time I was ordering. I was like, I didn't know how to make, was it vanilla crumble, I think? In Roswell, we going aliens? Have a good one, baby. Enjoy it. I know I used to get it a lot. Goldman decreased target. Yeah, that was in the morning. Was it coasting? I think they're at 5,700 for the year. Previously, they were at 6,200 or 55. CMA high-low tickers is balanced, but yeah, this was the first high, and then you're a little bit higher than Euro close right now. I've been to Phil's. Phil's is good. I just haven't been to Bros. That's the only one. Okay, TLT on the low. So once again, this is one of those days you kind of gap down, bonds gap up, and then SPY cash open, you rip. Meanwhile, TLT just comes down but then stays green. So TLT has 0.5%, but it was up about 1.2 earlier. Where is Kramer? Called 7 Brew. I've never heard of that. You guys were saying the Quick Trips, the gas station coffee. You guys were saying that's fire for $2. I got 3 messages on that. I was surprised though. A lot of people still go to Starbucks. That was a popular question. All right, watch out. Bonds still going. See if we could break out from here. Premiums are down 10%, but then again, the market's a little lower. But yeah, the premium slash is in full effect. Okay, we're going to take that. Dunkin'? I like Dunkin'. I like Dunkin's drinks. But yeah, I haven't been to any of these places in a minute. I had Starbucks though. I needed it this weekend. There's just something about you, man. Are you talking to me? What did I do? shit. I mean, it's good if you hold. If we come back down, though. But I took another loss on those SPY puts. 10%. It's $3, though. That's what I'm saying. I just put that on the stream alert, too. So I'm 0 for 2 on SPY puts. Everything else I've hit. But literally the first one was a bigger one. But that one, if we got a good timing, got the play cheap, we were up 30% on it. It bounces back up. Just that's it. I'm not holding that shit. So I took a $3 loss. I had 2 of them. So $8 total or $6. Apple, bro. My goodness. And then Visa, I've seen that. Palantir, I don't know if they're still red. Yeah, Palantir's still down too. They woke up down 5. SPY might be breaking out right now. Again, banks are on the high. KRE, J&J. Again, Citi. I keep seeing Citi and MS. Those were on the watch list yesterday. But yeah, high tickers going up again. Oh yeah, Netflix. I forgot. They have earnings. Net. Okay, high tickers starting to pick up more. A lot of banks. Hard to ignore the banks right now. Again, bonds going lower. I think that's a new high of the day. 5560, a little bit. You're like right there. Yeah, we were here last time. Again, 5577. That is where we're going to fill the gap. So then that means SPY back to break even. I can't believe we see that little level. Disney on the high. Tesla, a lot of things are starting to move now. Like actually like really moving. Like literally high ticker is just going insane. Low ticker has a couple, but it's starting to stop. So there it is. New high again. NVO, decent bounce. That's red to green. XLY now too. And then, yeah, well, remember, end of the quarter. We still have that in play. I think you're seeing a little bit more of that. There's Tessie. Oh, bonds, duh. That's what I wanted on Friday. So wait, maybe the next downside, wait till the bonds start going up. You might have a TLT play, at least for the day. I don't have any except my old ones, so we'll see. And yeah, I saw that chart, that one Buru off of some tweet. Buru? I love saying Buru. The Buru. Only be careful, though. Very small, 17 cents. Let it lag a little bit. Last time PNC had one of these call-outs, it lagged, and then it just went crazy the rest of the day. So maybe don't be the first one. I'm not going to play it. I don't like these shitty ones, but you never know. ANSS selling. ANSYS Systems, that's actually really low. Whoa. Yeah, it's at 310, down 1.5. SPY just hit the high. Again, TEM and Apple on the high. All right, SPY. Look at Staples. They're just chilling. Honestly, the play, you could double dip Pepsi if you want. I don't know how I feel about that. I got out today at 100%, but I'm pretty sure they all came back down. Yeah. Well, shit. We'll wait till those drop a little bit more. But Pepsi looks decent for a double dip if you want a staple. The weeklies are down. The ones closer to the money are still a little up. All right, back red. But again, that move was enough. I'm glad we sold those premiums when we did. I'm still watching that premium, though. But that little move kind of gave you a slasher. Eduardo. Welcome, baby. RCL on the high. AS and then FN. All right, man, still a lot of things running right now, just various ones. Nasdaq's recovered 1%. You're only down by 1.1 now. Dow Jones is in the green. Russell's still down by 1.0, kind of matched with NASI, and then SPY down by 0.3. Again, you're about 10 points away from filling the gap on the S&P. Can we melt up? We might be able to. It just won't be that big. That's the thing. You gap down so big, you're already kind of melting up. You're just doing it from a lower spot. So even if you do melt up, I don't know where it'll end up. And then I've been saying this for a while now, but I do think you'll see it today. I think we're going to get weird big volume by the end of the day just because the end of the quarter. But even now, 27 million, kind of hot. Friday was kind of low at first and then picked up at the end of the day, but you already got a decent amount. There's Tesla. Should have held them. When do we need news to fully melt up? No. Just again, I mean, volatility. That's what happens when you go down on just sentiment. Remember, we got dropped down 2-3% off consumer sentiment. So it's not, I think you can move up without a headline or catalyst, but will you stay there? That's a bigger question. And that's why we're in volatility. We could move up, we could move down. Point is, we're just not staying there. We were just up to start off last week, and then you ended with another weekly low. Duolingo again. High ticker's still going, so those candles are still up there. SPY still working. But yeah, I got that chart, that multifamily. So over the weekend, there was a chart saying that there's like more Americans underwater on their home loans. That it's kind of misrepresented because that's for multifamily. So multifamily is still big, but most multifamily loans are held by like bigger investors. It's not necessarily reflective of like people living in their homes, but yeah, real estate's slowing down. I mean, there's a bigger thing at play. Ever since COVID, the FHA, they don't want people to foreclose. So people have been talking about this. They're saying like it's one of the hardest things right now to foreclose on a FHA home. Did you know that? I didn't really know that. I started looking into it. But if like you can't, like if you have an FHA home, it's really hard to foreclose. Even if you don't pay your payments, they will literally go to very big extremes to remodify that mortgage. And that's what's been happening here lately is that I think the rate on an FHA right now of defaults is extremely low. But then if you go and look at the amount of people that have like needed restructuring and other things, it's through the roof. But their FHA is like, it's like 2008, but the FHA and the government is like, they're trying not to default on them. So it's like you have to go through so many steps to default. Like if you want to like actually foreclose on a FHA loan, you have to borderline try. You don't just miss a payment and then that's it. It's just like you have to really want to foreclose if that's the case. But they've been helping a lot with these restructurings and making sure people don't go bust on their loans. Well, single families at normal levels, but there is something beneath the surface that you don't really see. Like that's what I'm saying is that people are struggling, but the government agencies that hold the paper, they don't want them to default, and they're not letting them. That you can default, but you have to really want to. It's very odd, and most people don't want to, and that's why. So that's why you're not. It's artificially boosting the supply of real estate or lowering it because now houses that would be hitting the market aren't. RRR on the high. Speaking of which, where's China? Okay, bonds just flush there on that drop. See if they start to move up. Oil, I mean, seasonality was the first answer. There's a lot going on overseas. Again, negative sanction stuff by Trump saying that Putin went back on it. But I think seasonality mixed with a lot of global uncertainty and headlines related to oil. Yeah, and the House is not maintained. It's a very interesting one, though. So I think if they could solve it like the bank problem without causing anything, they will. But that's something to keep in mind down the line. I don't think it's a worry yet, but just looking at the data, the headline numbers don't really show it. But there's a lot of houses that are underwater on certain types of loans, but it doesn't matter because they won't let it default. So that house is not hitting the market. You know what I'm saying? It's not affecting credit, and it's not. That's one more house that's not being sold. That's why you're still getting a slowdown, but inventory is still low. VIX is on the low. So look, new low on the VIX without hitting a high, though. Damn, gold's at 3,100? Is that spot or futures? Yeah, bro. That's crazy. Bro, 3,100 an ounce? Habibi. Shout out to Peter, bro, right? Good for him. Yeah, gold spots, 3,116. That's insane. I just looked over and I see him talking about it. I'm like, what? I'm like, is that futures or gold? Or like spot? But no, spot's at 31. Trump should be live in 20 minutes, yeah. Or he has executive orders planned for 12. So we'll see. I can't wait to hear him because, again, the Wall Street Journal, Nick Timiraos over the weekend, they kind of sowed a lot of discord. And they were saying that people on Trump's team are like panicked about the tariffs. And then they're saying Trump wants them to be more aggressive. So, yeah, we'll see. From the Donald. All the people who bought Costco gold are up. I know. I don't know, man. Even Costco getting into the gold game, that changed things. Costco always has gold now, though. That's the thing. They don't run out anymore. They just get new types of gold. Last time I was in Costco, they had a Chinese golden eagle. I don't even think you'd call it a golden eagle, but it was a 1 ounce China gold. And then the other time I saw like a Canadian one. Then I saw a Latin America one. It just, they have gold every time. No matter what it is, they're just restocking either a PAMP bar or something every single time. NVIDIA taking off. Tesla, I had a great bottom tick on Tesla. I sold that too early once again. But yeah, that's going up. Yeah, the 1 ounce Panda. That's what it was. They never have it. They always have it at mine. Every time I go to Costco once every 2 weeks. And literally every single time. All right, SPY still holding. Again, Tesla and NVIDIA just got two big candles. If you get Apple, there you go. Apple goes along. I think that'll get you a little bit higher. And now next stage is fill in the gap. You're down about a quarter. You're about 10, 13 points away. Fill in the gap. You don't see how people don't understand me? What do you mean? That's just selective listening. I'm a hard person to deal with. And you mentioned politics and then everything else, you know? It's hard out here, bro. I didn't see the Kanye interview. I saw a clip of it. It looked wild. But I'm not going to lie, bro. That I heard his song. He copied Uncle Answer's title, if you noticed. But that one line, he has one line when I was like, all right, that's a bar. He said, I knew some people that went to that island. Why the F would you go to that island? It's the best, dude. It's honestly a bar, though, bro. You know, that's it. It's just a bar. Why would you go to that island? That's so facts, though. So I was like, all right, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, Kanye. You're not hard to deal with. No, I'm a difficult person to deal with. I'm very aware of it. Like, you could ask most people in my life. They'll tell you the same thing. I'm not easy to deal with, but at the same time, I feel like I offer different things as well. So if you want to deal with a crazy person, nice to meet you. It comes with good and bad. But at the end of the day, I do think my intention and purpose and what I'm doing is very clear, transparent, and if you could focus on that, I think you'll get the benefit out of it. But yeah, so good luck. Good luck. I mean, I used to think Kanye was like good, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's Uncle. I think Uncle is way ahead of his time. That's it. I used to think Kanye was, but now Kanye's copying Uncle. Like, seriously, that's why I'm like, you know what? I think Uncle, that's just it. He's just too ahead. I've been consistent. Wow. Hey, that's good, though, because that means you've been consistent. So I like that. That's how you do it, baby. You're reviewing seller counters. Let's go, baby. I love it, man. I hope all of you guys, and feel free, let me know. Don't rush it. But again, just every couple of weeks, just a group of Chads is getting a crib. So just be smart. Make sure you guys are not buying the most expensive houses. But it's a good move, man. And I don't know. I love the cash so far. I'm just glad. I'm really liking how this year has been going. So let's keep taking advantage of it. Keep staying in the lead. And you got nothing to worry about. But don't be a dummy. That's why I'm saying plan, prepare. Don't get too confident. That's why I'm saying have a sensitivity towards price. Plan ahead. Act as if you can't change your mind. And you'll be good to go. I did see that one. I think I forwarded it to you. Or I need to forward it to an agent in South Carolina because I don't know the area as well. I saw the price and it looked decent. Only thing I didn't like it was on the market. Real estate is hard sometimes. Oh, yeah. You ever have to trigger buyer remedies? Yeah, but very few and far between. But what happened? That means usually something isn't going well. How do you find off market using Zillow? You could go through the pre-foreclosures. That's off market usually. You could go the for sale by owners, but usually that's like the point is that by the time it's on Zillow listed, then that's it. So you could find them. What I would do is find a couple areas, find places you're close to, find houses that are getting flipped. Go look at the price history. Go find a house that was just listed and they just bought it for way cheaper and they're flipping it. And then go to that area and then knock on the doors. But there's many ways, again, there's low quality, high quality leads, everything from in person to the phone. Home in Greenville, Indiana? Oh, yeah, send it. Send it, or at the very least, too, because like I'm saying, my offers, if they want to sell their house, if I buy it, I'm going to offer them lower. I mean, unless it's already rented. The cash flow properties in Indiana, I will buy near market. But other than that, very least, I could help refer them. Oh, Greenville, Jersey City. I think there's a Greenville, Indiana. I love Indiana. I don't know about Jersey. But yeah, we got a Jersey agent. And South Carolina, that's the one. Greenville, South Carolina. And North Carolina. I think there's a lot of Greenvilles. Do you feel that real estate wholesaling is a gray area ethically? No, nothing is weird ethically if you disclose it. But most people who get caught up on that are never going to do a deal. I've just noticed. That's why I had some other guy say that to me too. Or he was like, I couldn't lie like you told me to, Josh. I was like, I never told you to lie. You guys just hear the strategy and then your heart turns it evil. Again, you have to imagine what I just said to homeboy. He's like, my parents want to sell their home and he's about to give me the contact before it's listed. And the first thing I tell him is what? Hey man, I'm probably not going to give them the full value. So this is what we're going to do. I'm always down to look at it and work at it. But if you're hiding info, that's where it gets weird. But if you're full disclosure, I've never had anybody get mad at me. That's it. And usually, we end up helping people where everybody gets what they want on all corners of it. But if you are trying to do real estate transactions and, hiding one hand from the other, that's not going to work, because you're going to eventually have to come clean with all of it. So I don't think there's an ethical problem as long as you are communicating what you are doing and your role makes sense. So that's what you guys got to realize. My role in every deal, it makes sense. No one's paying me for nothing. I'm not taking money if it doesn't make sense, right? I'm there because I'm offering something. Quick sale, transaction, front-loading money, giving them a loan, or we're referring it. And if I refer it, the other people doing the deal, they're the ones making the money on it. And then again, hopefully the seller should be walking away with a realistic what they want. So that's the same thing. If people are like, I'm on $1 million and the house isn't $1 million, I'm going to say you're never going to get that. I can't help you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, hey, I think you could get $500,000. My offer is $370,000. But if you don't have any special requests, house doesn't need work, here's an agent, go list it at $5,000. And then there you go. But then if that doesn't work, then you could come back to me and we could see what's up. But other than that, as long as you are fully disclosing, you have to check your local laws. But any sort of business, if you're hiding things, it's sketchy. If you're not, it's not sketchy. Would you guys generally agree? But that's a good way to go about that if you're having any moral conundrum with all of it. Yeah, it's intent and execution, 100%. Are you operating in good faith? And that's what I'm saying. Are you disclosing all pertinent details? I'm not getting somebody to sign a contract, make $100,000, and I'm not telling them what I'm doing. I'm saying, hey, if this is what I'll do, if you did sign it, I'm going to shop this deal around for somebody. I'm going to make money, and this is what's going to happen. And usually they agree with that before signing anything, before going forward with those steps. And as long as you do that, you have nothing to worry about. The people who are trying to skate around that, that's where you have the problem. Or the people who think that this is a game and they've never done it before, and they think they're going to be stealing homes from people. No, that's not what you're doing, what you should be doing, and I think you might have misinterpreted it. And SPY still holding, so I'm glad I got out of that other play. They clobbered the premiums, but now it's kind of back up. Still down 10%. A little bit more. GTX, OMI. Walmart good, but the play stopped moving. 2 foreign oil tankers have been seized on the Persian Gulf of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Check oil. Maybe that's another driver. A ship just got seized in the Persian Gulf. Oil tanker. Yeah, oil's already up a lot. Amazon keeps ripping, so that's good. But yeah, keep looking, though, for on markets on Zillow. Some of you just sent me one. So someone just sent me one, and it's a pre-foreclosure, but that house isn't listed. So you should try to contact the owner. I've seen a couple Chads do that. The other day, a Chad got me one, and they just contacted the owner, and literally the owner was down to work a deal. So, yeah, that's a good one. Call and get the info, and that's it. Or maybe go door knock it. But also, too, like, this is a weird market right now. You might get lucky on Zillow, i.e., just if you notice a house gets listed in the first day or so and it's like a really low price compared to that area, it might not hurt to reach out. That's why I'm saying connect with the cult agent in your area so that if you find one of those, you can offer right away. Because I've seen a couple of those. I've seen it, again, Connor showed me one, or Colin, and I was just shocked because it was like a house that was like $100K below list, but it sold within a day. So that could happen. Look on Zillow for sale by owner. That's if you're only going to be on Zillow and you're not going to call anybody, you're not going to door knock, and you're telling me that's your only way, I would start by doing that then, yes. That's how you hit on your house? Yeah, I've seen it. You'd be surprised. So it's not there, but what state was it? Chicago. It was Chicago, or it was Illinois. I didn't know the area. It wasn't Chicago, but it was in Illinois. And I just remember that how it was a multi-unit listed at $250, but I'm pretty sure it was worth like $400, or it's $350, and it was around like $420ish. It was a little more than $100K of equity. That's why I was like, what the fuck? Because he was like, hey Josh, is this a good deal? And I looked at it expecting it to be, typical Zillow house on market, not going to be a good deal. And then I look at it, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, this is a multi-unit, 1,000 square feet bigger than the latest comp. I'm like, no, this is a deal. And then it went pending in a day or two. Yeah, we have a ton of agents in Texas. There was no issues. They just priced it low to sell, and it sold. I think they just wanted it. They wanted a quick sale, but they just went with an agent. The agent listed it to attract attention. I need to follow up with it. I want to say it went over asking. It had to have. So let me see. Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh. Yeah, it sold 10K above. Yeah, dude. I hit that. It was a cash sale, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, it sold at 110. House is worth 300, 350 easy. Trump admin issues Hong Kong related sanctions on U.S. Treasury website. All right, well, Trump's about to come back on. U.S. Treasury website, Hong Kong sanctions. Treasury, some Mexican entities. I'm going to double dip on those other ones. They're cheap. I'm going to just play it how I was. We get the bounce. If it breaks out again, sell them for a loss. You'll lose 10%. All right. Trump is going to he's signing executive orders in like 5 minutes. All I got was these Treasury website things. Iran Revolutionary Guard seizes 2 foreign tankers carrying over 3 million liters of smuggled diesel. My email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Tell me the state you're in, where you're at, and then I'm going to refer you to a Colt agent. And then that way, if you ever see one of those, I've instructed them, just tell them to offer for you. If that's a deal like that. Don't FOMO and try to like run into a house right now. But like if you ever see just a random deal, send it over and I'll tell you. That's what I did with this guy. He emailed me and he was just like, hey, Josh, do you think this is a good deal? I click on it. I look at it. I'm like, yeah, that is a good deal. And then I was surprised. That doesn't always happen. But in that case, it was. And, dude, this was a $100,000 house. So this was a multi-unit in Illinois. I think it's worth at least $300,000. It sold for $110,000. But you could have got 2 units, and it sold $10,000 above asking, but it was still a good deal. But, yeah, that was that you could buy with your long-term. Even 20% down, your small long-terms could get you that, even if you had nothing, no job, no credit, as long as you had that $20K, because that property was cheap. All right, so down a little bit. Again, I don't know if we're reacting to it. Market could bounce up at any given moment. I just think if we start getting the Trump headlines, you'll get a little volatility. But if that Trump headline doesn't crush the market, you're going to bounce right back up. How many times did you see that last week? You know, you get the little Trump reactions, and then we ignore it and go back to what we're doing. So just be mindful of that. First loan, nice. Oh, with Jake from State Farm. Woo! Oh, I love it. It's good, man. And take your time, too. That's the thing. You know, I want you guys in the mindset. I want you having a goal, saving for it, using your long term the right way. And that's above all else, no FOMO. That's the beauty about the real estate market from now into the future is that you guys got to hunt and use it to your advantage, but just don't get emotional. Don't feel like you need to rush and put yourself in a good deal and you're going to be fine. And that, I think, is the beauty of all of it. For a cheap 2-bedder or waiting for a new build, which one's the better deal? So if the cheap 2-bedroom has a really good deal, don't ever wait. But if the new build has a way better interest, way better make it on the buy, then maybe you do wait. Or, again, and even look at your own budget and what would make more sense to you. DD talks of considering selling safety brand unit. Nice. Good call, baby. DeJax. So, yeah, DuPont selling off a unit. That's a value play. So now it has a news driver and it might go up. Watch the SPY. We've done this every time. I hit these tops and then it drops and then the premiums go up. But like I told you, if it breaks to a new high, you're going to take a 10% loss and get out of it. Yeah, there was an earthquake. Indonesia, I believe, 6.1, 6.2. And then I don't see Trump yet, but he was scheduled, was it at 1? I think 13 Eastern. Yeah, that's 1 o'clock. There's a Department of State briefing, but yeah, I don't see homeboy. Blackwater? No. Yeah, DuPont. Let me just tell you this. Are you ready? All you guys into like conspiracy theories, all of you guys into tinfoil, all of it, right? You guys are babies, okay? You don't understand it. If you don't understand that Monsanto is the big threat, you know what I'm saying? If you don't understand the OG tinfoil of Monsanto, I'm sorry, but you're not an OG when it comes to tinfoil. That's all I'm saying. Can I get an amen? Somebody know what I'm talking about. Before there was Illuminati, before there was Monsanto. They don't know about Monsanto. They don't know. That was the OG tinfoil, bro. That was the first ever tinfoil ever, I think. I think that was my first conspiracy. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that was my first ever conspiracy. Apple Intelligence and new spatial experiences come to Apple Vision Pro with Vision OS 2.4. So new Apple website. And then SPY, you flushed a little lower, then bounced. You could see it on the candle, but you're still dancing. Trump headlines a second ago. Wasn't even Trump. It was just the Treasury website. Yeah, they admitted to it, paid damages, and then changed their name so you wouldn't know. You did your 8th grade report on Monsanto and GMOs? Nice. That's good, bro. And they're like, what a strange kid. He was telling us about the corporate tinfoil at age 5. I feel though. Behold a pale horse messed you up? Which one was that? That sounds familiar. Yeah, I've seen this. Holy crap. Yeah, this one's like OG, bro. Yeah, the book. Uh-huh. I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, damn. Psst, crazy, bro. The good old days. The good old days. All right, that was enough to crush the premiums. I shorted the top perfectly, but now premiums are only up 1%. Apple Intelligence available to iPhone and iPad users in the EU. Trying to buy an area I don't live in without door knocking. Like, where do I find sellers? Is there a better site? Well, you could either buy leads, work with wholesalers. Maybe you could pay someone, but then start, like, scraping houses. Like, start finding the area, find the houses that were recently flipped, pull the addresses, and then start just getting everyone's contact area and call and put it in a robo-dialer and then even send letters. So there's multiple ways to do this. This is the lead generation process. So I think start with identifying the area. Make sure you look at that Zillow every day, even though it's the lower quality, right? Those foreclosures and all of that. And then come up with a plan for every week at a time. Start with either door knocks, but if you're not going to be there, maybe phone calls, then mailers. And then don't forget, work with wholesalers. I know you don't want to pay a premium, but you still could get a discount and pay a little bit. No, Zillow does not have the info. You got to start pulling them all up and going skip tracing, white pages, all of that stuff. I got old videos on it, again, if you go through that. So that's the thing. I don't know. Have you seen our real estate stuff? So go through all of our videos, the courses, all of that. But I have a lot of content on it. So you could ask me now during the trading day. But yeah, I would start getting familiar with some of those resources, or maybe reach out to Tyler and the Cole Real Estate team. SEC, Elon Musk file for joint motion to set date for Musk to respond to SEC complaint. Yeah, there's a lot of supply in Miami, but the price won't come down. All right, you're coming back up. Those SPYs again. I'm about to go 0 for 3 on these. Yep, back down to 10%. And then bonds near the low. See if they flush or not. ColtRealEstate@gmail.com. That is the email. If he backs out or down from Tesla, it's going to moon. It probably would, huh? Because of all of that shit. All right, coming back up. Either close those puts or hold them. They're down 4 cents. So literally same strap. All right. I'm literally 0 for 3 on SPY puts today. Again, I'm losing $3, $6 at a time. So after 3 times, I think I'm down $20. But I'm out of it. All right, I'm out of those. Stream alerted that. I said we're gonna come right back to those. So if we do the same thing, I put on the stream alert. I still think we're gonna get volatility when Trump starts talking, but it's gonna be the same exact approach. White House secretary says Trump tariffs will end unfair trade. Says rest of the world will feel what us public has felt. Says Trump tariffs will ensure reciprocity. So I don't know where she's speaking, but that's Caroline Levitt. So that's what I'm saying. I just took that loss because it did what I thought it would do. But like I said, I think these Trump statements are eventually going to hit. Oh, the San Diego one? Let me see. I sent it to a couple of people, the ones who emailed me first on there, but we are supposed to get one of the things back today. Let me see. I'm going to text the guy right now. All right, still going up. Again, it's 10. Remember, as we get towards the end of the day, that rebalance is going to start hitting. SPY doesn't like the words tariffs, but we'll see when they start talking. Again, you had the little USTR thing, and then now we're here. But Caroline Levitt even said that you're going up. It's been like this all day. You have the volatility. You haven't filled the gap yet. That's what I'm saying. I went 0 for 3. Every single one of these headlines to play, I have a sweet spot in mind, and I've gone for them, but I just haven't been holding them. But I think that's how you should play today. I think be mindful for a drop if we get it, but that's it. I wouldn't really try to chase it because at this point, I think we're getting end of the month now, and then you gap down so low. All of this buying is just to get you back to break even. One hour standard deviation is 561. Damn. So that means you have a lot of upside if you could actually hold, which, again, I do think you're going to get a lot of volume. The volume could go in either direction. But 5570, 7 more points. Remember 5570? We were yelling this out on Friday in shock. So we'll see. Your stream alerts, you might have to wait a little bit. Like it says, it takes about 24 to 48 hours. So hopefully by later today or tomorrow, they'll be working. If not, email where you signed up. How do you go about pre-foreclosure? Talk to the owner? Yeah, and see what's going on. Because then you might be able to offer them a deal where you say, hey, listen, if all you do is owe money, we could pay for it, let you live in the house for a little bit, and then make sure you get your equity and then help them even get into a new home and then make sure it works out for everyone. But you got to get a hold of the owner. Seller notes to a buyer? Yeah, but not often. Lending Tips has been doing a lot of them lately. He loves those. He's been loving the seller notes, actually. So I just like property. I love single-family property. That's it. That's my thing. I'm good at it. I like it. I know the value. That's what I'm about. But, again, LT, he's been doing a lot of those lately. He likes owning the note instead. I like the property. White House Secretary Leavitt says Trump is also focused on extending tax cuts. I am not muted, no. I'm all right. Still going up. You're getting Carolyn Leavitt ones. I think she's talking. I'm looking for that too. I think she's talking. I don't think I don't think that's it. It's like I'm reading over your questions. Now I'm not going to answer your questions. I hate when people do that. And then the 69 after your name, maybe if you want me to take you seriously, maybe Mr. 69 isn't the one I'm going to respond to. And then on top of that, it's all the real estate questions. And although I like real estate, we are doing stocks right now. So all of the questions you guys are asking, I've covered several times over the last half a decade and probably have at least 100 videos. Worst case, I would hate to sell you a course, but there is a $49 course at worst case. So before you think I'm zoning at you out and singling you out, I'm trying to figure out the market too. So bear with me. Okay, you're going up. Again, Caroline Leavitt. She's on Fox right now. I'm trying to find that feed. So let's see. Is it on YouTube or do I have to like buy the Fox thing? She just went off. FAA closes investigation in the SpaceX mishap. Let's see. Nope, I don't see it. I was like, what is this? All right, watch TV. Watch live.
Honestly, that day changed the rest of our lives. From then on, our whole world.
I think it's on commercial. It's all good, baby. But that's the thing with all of this stocks, real estate. And that's why, too, I know sometimes you guys get excited. But just keep in mind, there's no rush. So you're not going to become successful at stocks and real estate by becoming highly interested for a short amount of time and then not doing anything with it. It's all about daily and active. So do you see what I'm saying? Like with real estate, just little by little. That's why there's no pressing question that'll, that's why we usually talk about it when things slow down. And the fact of the matter is just like, it's really about getting you saving, preparing, having the goal, starting your system to every day, looking, finding having an agent, knowing the pre-qualifications, so you're ready to go. None of that will happen off of being overly interested for a little bit and then not following up. So it's all going to be about if you just did an hour a day towards some real estate activity, saying today I'm going to save, today I'm going to figure out how much I'll need. Today I'm going to contact the lender, see what I will need to do. Today I'm going to organize the area that I want to go over. You go little by little there. It's all on the course, but like I'm saying, you don't need to buy anything if you just go through all my videos. So is there a course? Yes. Or is all the content free on the channel? Yes. So it's up to you on which one you want to do. So, but like I'm saying, it's never going to be, even with the long term, one trade isn't going to change our lives. It's all about the little decisions adding up and consistently and following through with this desire and planning. That's what's going to get y'all in there. So I hope that helps, and that's why, too, take away some of the pressure as well. You're not really missing much. It's going to be about every day till the end of the year. If you start your journey today and follow through, we're going to have a good time. But if it comes in burst and then you put it on the back burner, that's where either people make bad decisions or never make a decision at all. Levitt says Rose Garden event for Wednesday for Trump tariff. Cabinet will... oh, no. Fuck. Dude, they're doing a tariff party. Oh, no. So I don't know, man. They threw an inflation party when inflation hit 9, and then it kind of peaked. But, dude, they're throwing a event at the Rose Garden for the tariff plans. This is crazy. Oh, no. I don't see her. Dude, it's just, I love conservative commercials. You know that? I love, like, I have the Fox. I'm waiting for her. But I love watching conservative and, like, liberal commercials. You know that? I tell you, every time I'm at the gym and I got the CNN, like, look at, they selling conservatives this, like, fucking fake elliptical while you sit down for all the old people. Oh, I can't. Let's see what comes up next. Leaf Guard. Get protected today. Protect against leaves, pests, sediment. Oh, yeah. See, that's a boomer's dream. They're like, fuck yeah, I do need my roof. You're right. Wow, lifetime warranty. Call Leaf Guard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mike Lindell, he going to pull up. Joining the call. Best decision I've made in my life. Wow. My family by choice. Designed by destiny. Good work, baby. Amen. Your family thanks you. Your future self thanks you. Astronauts speak in first interview. So where is this Levitt? I only see this.
So if this was the destiny, if our spacecraft was going to go home.
Yeah, president to announce tariffs, Rose Garden.
We're going to be up there till February. I was like, okay, let's make the best of it.
Bro, those plays came back.
We'd be there for
they
some
scammed
part
me.
Of
No.
So we were ready to just jump into it and take on the tasks that were given to us.
What was your first thought? Honestly, Bill, it's not about
They
me.
hustled us.
It's
You
not
should have
about
bought that
my
put.
Feelings.
Now
It's
the puts
about
are higher
what
than
this
where I
human
sold. They're
spaceflight
higher than any
program
time
is about.
before.
It's our national goals. And I have to wrap my mind around what does our nation need out of me right now. Did I think about
These are the
not
astronauts.
being there for my daughter's high school year? Of course. But compartmentalize.
Now, as astronauts Suni Williams and Bud.
Oh, yeah. Damn it, bro. So I'm glad it was cheap, but we could have made all those put plays are high. That's sweet spot. I missed it. You could chase it if you want, but watch that put. I stream alerted it. That one, that's what I was saying. White House, Levitt, Navarro, Miller consulted with Trump, says Trump said he is committed to sectoral tariffs. All right, you're coming back down. I fucked up. No, I just would take puts and then I'd sell them at a loss if it went up. I'm not going to top ticket, but I put out a stream alert. Just watch, though. That price is the one. That's what I really like about it. So I hit big today on other plays. Again, my Pepsi was huge and all the other values. I hit 100% off the morning. We had old Lulu's come back up, so I did good on them. But then I tried little puts, failed, took a loss, did it again, hit, didn't take it, took the loss, did it again here, and then I took the loss. So I went 0 for 3 on little. They're really small. I've lost about $3 a trade. I should have just held it because that's the sweet spot, and then now those plays are getting back up to higher than the second play. But other than that, we'll see. She's on the White House drive. I don't have it. I had the Fox one. But her talking about tariffs hitting wires. And like I said, we had the Hong Kong thing. And I said, get ready for these headlines. And then they shook me out. But now you're right back. But I like that strike price, like I said.
who have been wreaking havoc on American communities. And shame on you and shame on the mainstream media for trying to cover for these individuals who have. This is a vicious gang, Andrew. This is a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American women.
The government filed in court, which says all.
And you said yourself there are 8 criteria on that document.
Yeah, bro, they hustle me.
And you are questioning the credibility of
no
these
exemptions
agents who are
for
putting
farmers.
their life on the line to protect your life and the life of everybody in this group and everybody across the country. And their credibility should be questioned. They finally have a president who is allowing them to do their jobs, and God bless them for doing it.
Caroline, what method would the president use to potentially run for a third term? As he said, there are methods there.
Look, you guys continue to ask the president this question about a third term, and then he answers honestly and candidly with a smile, and then everybody here melts down about his answer. The president talked about this last night on the plane. He said, it's not really something we're thinking about. He has 4 years. There's a lot of work to do. We've done a lot in these nearly first 100 days, and the American people love what this president is doing, particularly when it comes to efforts to secure the border.
How confident is President Trump in that he can get a peace deal done in Ukraine? How confident is President Trump that he can get a peace deal done in Ukraine?
Well, look, the president is working incredibly hard to get a peace deal done between Russia and Ukraine. And he has expressed his displeasure with comments that have been made by leaders of both sides of this conflict. He has expressed what he believes needs to take place in order to see this conflict come to an end. He continues to work very hard on it, and our teams continue to be engaged.
Caroline, can countries that don't have tariffs on the US but may have other forms of non-tariff trade barriers, I'm thinking in my case of Australia, can they expect to be hit on in Wednesday's announcement, or can they expect to be left out and dealt with another time?
Again, I'll let the president make the announcement on Wednesday, but I think any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return on Wednesday.
Caroline, you talk about the European Union. Is the president expected to impose those tariffs in blocks, or will he distinguish countries within those trading blocks?
Again, I will let the president get into the specifics of the announcement. It's his announcement to make. It's going to be very exciting. We'll see you guys in the Rose Garden. And you will also hear directly from the president if you have any lingering questions. 5:30 this afternoon, or evening rather, although it's really afternoon for us. That's about midday for this president because he works all night. But he'll be signing an executive order. It will be the in-house pool in the Oval Office, and we'll see you all there. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
All righty. It was good. I think it would give you more details. She was saying sectoral, give you an idea of broad or narrow. But, yeah, just watch out, though. I think that hustled me on the other one, but if it bounces back up. Otherwise, if we do flush and get volatility, there's another play you could take. So we'll see. But wait for it. Other than that, though, we've kind of just did this weird tariff fear back and forth. You just had, again, every time. This is what I was just telling you. Remember on Friday, Trump comes in, market reacts a little bit, and then it goes back to normal. That's what's been happening all day today. Every single point, again, you like react a little bit to whatever's happening in real time, and then the market just goes back to whatever it was doing. So that's what you had here at the Hong Kong one, now with Caroline Levitt, and now we're back here, but generally same price point for the last 2 hours. MLGO, NVS. All right. I'm watching both. There's two different plays. I'm going to still keep an eye on those 5 puts. They came back down, though. So, again, you would have spent 10, 15% more if you tried to top ticket. But now the plays are really prone to depreciation today. That's why I'm saying, like, again, every play I've done, it's been the same, 10%, but just watch out. DBVT. Pop in again. Watch if the SPY goes, whatever DBVT is, 10%. I don't know if this is a small cap or if they have a deal. Then UWMC, new chief financial officer. No options on DBVT. SPY still holding there. All right, 5.5. Did we? Oh, we hit 55.71. Technically, you did not fill the gap. All righty. And then I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Biotech.
A lot of
All right, follow me on
stocks in
Instagram
biotech,
at the
right,
Trading
are in phase
Fraternity.
1 stage
Real
testing,
Coat
phase 2
News
stage
on
testing,
Twitter.
and they might have some sort of agreement with the FDA where they can look at a clinical measure or a biological measure to get a drug approved. A lot of companies in the past few years have benefited from greater flexibility at the FDA with things like breakthrough therapy designation, the START program that Peter Marks started. Yeah, these are all things far beyond the vaccine space, right? And I think that's why this is so important. So if you're an investor in this space now, the question you have to ask yourself is, do you really want to take on
TMC.
FDA risk? Do you really
15% TMC, fast tracking deep sea mining, says the White House. Is that halted?
I don't want to be hyperbolic. There's a positive
Damn.
case to be made here.
Yo, check deep sea mining plays. Who would that be?
Perry, who's viewed as a credible.
Literally, White House considers executive order to fast tracking deep sea mining in international waters.
But if you're an investor, I think the argument short term is to be more selective. Look at companies who are not reliant on a predictable FDA for their stocks to go up. And so we're seeing certain companies relatively outperform today, like a Vertex.
I don't know
Like an
who does
Alnylam. Companies like that where the stock setup is
I just
more
saw this
contingent
right as
on
I
a
was leaving.
successful commercial launch and less dependent on the agency.
No, deep sea mining. I don't know.
And
OPTT.
that kind of explains why you still see
Ocean
more
power,
risk around the
maybe.
space from here. Paul Matisse from Stifel.
It might just run out of hype.
Coming up, NVIDIA and some of the AI infrastructure names continue to struggle, but industry players insist demand remains red hot. We'll break down the discrepancy with a lot of the affected names lower. As we head to break, check out shares of Newsmax, which went public today. The stock priced at 10, over to 14, and has been halted repeatedly, rallying as high as
TMC, that's the one. Yeah, it's halted.
$76 a share. It's at 67 now, which would get.
So literally, there's breaking news now. White House considers executive order to fast track permitting for deep sea mining in international waters, and then TMC pop 15 and then halted. I couldn't even make a play. So watch, but that's gonna be that's a new headline right now. Oh, here it is. Omex. There's other ones, but these cheap ass plays, they have options, but they're all like penny stocks. So realistically, it's just whoever's taking them and driving them up right now. All right, I found a cheap one. I put $30 on it. I don't give a shit. I'm not. We'll see. Yeah, look, Chad's posting a couple of them. I like that. I think I just want cheap exposure, call it a day, then we'll see. But that's a new one. We haven't really heard anything on that. Okay, I still need to go pee, bro. And then see if TMC gets unhalted, and then, yeah, we'll see what happens. Good luck, and God bless America. All right. BRB.
Rick, so he's suggesting secondary tariffs, a 25% tariff on all other countries that buy oil from Russia. What do you make of this more recent proposal and the reverse psychology, if that's what it is, with Vladimir Putin?
Well, I hope it's not reverse psychology. Reverse psychology would have been, hey, buddy, friend, you've been an enemy of the United States for a long time, but I'm going to make you popular with the rest of the world if you just do a deal with me. Shock. Donald Trump, was lied to by Vladimir Putin. There is no chance Vladimir Putin's going to cut a deal with Donald Trump to lay down his arms on the Ukrainian border. And so I think it's great. Do the secondary sanctions. Try to get everybody who's doing business with Russia to stop doing it. I thought that was one of the failings of the Biden administration, is they didn't squeeze hard enough. There was always an out for Vladimir Putin on resurrecting his economy. If you talk to the folks at the Pentagon, they'll tell you within the next 12 months, his economy will implode, and it's a totally different negotiation than what we're trying to do today. So I think it's great. Keep going, Donald Trump. Go after Vladimir Putin. Say all these things. Initiate all these sanctions and tariffs, and I think you stand a better chance of getting a deal.
Well, given the way that the president has spoken about Vladimir Putin in the not so distant past, just recently up until his description of being angry with him now, compared to how he's been talking about and interacting with the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, Congresswoman, do you take heart in this kind of change of tone here?
No, it sounds like a lover spurned. I mean, he has been kowtowing to Putin and is admiring of his leadership style, has been trying to work a deal. And I think he really went into it thinking that, Putin would want this. What he doesn't understand about an autocrat and Putin is that when he senses the ability to get more than what he, what's at the table, he's going to do it. And so he's pushing him. And so this is Trump just responding in the moment that his overtures to his buddy didn't work out the way that he wanted them to. So yes, I think, if we are strong and tough the way that Rick's former boss, Senator McCain, was towards Russia, and that was the consistent message that America was sending, that's one thing.
That was the one that had the big reaction, and then it got halted.
Just somebody who is disappointed that his strategy didn't turn out the way that he wanted it to, because he does want the Ukraine war, just as the American people wants the Ukraine war to be over, but at what price? So I think I have a slightly different take on what exactly is happening here. But of course, for the good of Ukraine and for the good of the world, we do want to see an end to that conflict. We want to see a just end to that conflict that can sustain, and that requires some security guarantees, which apparently this administration isn't willing to engage in.
Well, we talk a lot about promises made, promises kept around here with regard to tariffs, mass deportations, presumably Trump tax cuts, depending on how things go on Capitol Hill. But Rick, remember one of the initial promises when Donald Trump was getting into this race, and even before he got into it, was that if I were president, I could end this war on day one. He could do it in hours. He had it worked out in his mind. This is one promise that could be difficult to keep. What do you think happens next?
Yeah, you raise an important point, because the American public agrees with what Stephanie Murphy just said. They want to see this conflict ended, but they also want to see it ended properly, and that means that Ukraine is able to function.
We're still waiting back on the city,
with a full economy and acceptance into Europe.
So that one house in San Diego, we're still waiting back. We put in, I have a little bit more details on the code violation, but we contacted them, and we're waiting for them to confirm back because we have a proposal to be able to fix the problem easily. So if that comes through, we'll have the full details, and those of you who reached out, I will get back to you once we have the full confirmation. I don't think that was Kamala speaking. No. TMC did an interview with NRP last week? No way. Those other Omex plays already clapped. All of them. I mean, TMC, the cheap plays with options are very difficult. A rig is another one. Nice. All right. Well, we're moving back up again. You deal with a little bit of headlines on tariffs and then market back to it. Dude, the day's almost over, man. We are making moves, and we are getting closer to you're getting closer to that end of the quarter. So we'll see what the end of the day brings us here. All right. Yeah, but the property's good. I'm dealing with it now. But yeah, we're going to get more from the thing, but I haven't assigned the contract anywhere. So it's still there. It's still available. But we don't know the full details of the work. All right, ladies. Yeah. What's cooler than cool? Long term. Oh, sorry. righty. Did I buy contracts on a sub $1 stock? I have no idea. Did you? It's crazy. I have short-term memory. I forget things. Shout out to Stream Alerts. Get things. Oh, that's me. You were just asking. It's strange. But if you don't know what happened, how is it strange? Technically, you don't know what's even happened. That's strange. It's kind of like our whole economic situation right now. Alrighty. I mean, today's just a weird one, bro. I think this whole week is going to be exciting. So get ready for it. But China's starting to move up. We should have had Donald Trump 30 minutes ago. Instead, you got Caroline Leavitt. But we were expecting some executive orders today. But other than that, my friends, it is time. It is time. We have to move on over. So I'm going to get ready for Philo. If you guys would like to stick around, you need a membership. Otherwise, I encourage you. I will pay for your membership if you get a house lead. I would rather you start a new career, make some money if you really want to be here. I hope this pushes you. And if you really like Philo, you could listen to it after the bell. There is another option. You could send me an angry email at 5 a.m. Feel free to do that as well. But my plans are not going to change. I'm sticking to it. We've outlined what we're going to be doing here for the next quarter. So you might want a membership for the next 3 months. So that being said, I love you. God bless you. I will see you at the Philo. And peace. We'll be back around Power Hour. So let's get it. Peace out, Chat Adonia. Oh, it just cut out the Twitch.